it's time for California League Baseball on KVCR with your Inland Empire 66ers, single-A affiliate of the Seattle Mariners. Today's broadcast is made possible by the support of Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, the only children's hospital in the Inland Empire. By Toyota of Redlands, where personal relationships still count. By the more than 50 Southern California Farmer Boys Fasterons, fresh food served fast. And by the Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the Inland Empire communities for more than 50 years. Now let's head out to the ballpark.
Well, good evening, everybody, and a very good Thursday night. Welcome back from the All-Star break. Good to be back. And tonight, the Inland Empire 66ers begin, I guess, the second half of the second half by opening a 5-game series here at the Epicenter in Rancho, Cucamonga. So a lot of games between the Sixers and Quakes starting tonight and going through Monday. We got some more roster moves to tell you about. Doesn't seem like a day goes by without the Sixers announcing some kind of a roster move. We will tell you about that as well as look at tonight's starting lineups when we continue with more from the Epicenter in just a moment.
Next time on the People's Pharmacy, the topic is indoor air quality.
Have you been sniffling and sneezing because of allergies? Mold and mildew in your cellar or air ducts could be making you miserable.
Are any of the gizmos that are sold to purify room air worth using? We'll get the lowdown from the experts on the next People's Pharmacy.
Friday morning at 9 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Hi, I'm Mark Wahlberg. Next time on Antiques Roadshow.
I found it at my local dump.
Oh, so you're a dump diver?
Yes, much to my wife's displeasure.
This watch was made by the most famous, most important watchmaker of our time.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. That's awesome.
Next time from Providence, Rhode Island on Antiques Roadshow.
Thursday night at 8 on KVCR TV, Channel 24.
Hi, it's Lynn Rossetto Casper. This week we've the true story of a celebrated French chef and the cutthroat business that did him in. We get the lowdown on female cheesemakers and Jane Stern.
Lynn, we found the best lemon icebox pie in Atlanta, but they make one a day.
Join us at the Splendid Table, the show about life's appetites from American Public Media.
Sunday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Well, it is another hot one. It is supposed to continue to be this way through the weekend. They are calling for a high here in Rancho of 99 tomorrow, and then a cooling trend that's supposed to only get up to 98 for the third game of this 5-game set on Saturday. Tonight, left-hander Justin Thomas will take the hill for the Sixers, and he will be opposed by Rancho Cucamonga's Francisco Rodriguez, who is looking for just his second win of the season. He is 1-7 with an ERA of 5.85. Justin Thomas 2-0 with a 2.12 earned run average. The Sixers winning Saturday night before the All-Star break, a 1-0 doozy against the Modesto Nuts as they completed a 3-game sweep over Modesto at home. It was their 6th series sweep of the year, their 7th shutout of the season. Chad Fillinger Saturday night making his 06 debut with the Sixers, and he started it off by going 6 scoreless. Justin Jordan, Juan Donier, and Jose De La Cruz each pitched an inning to preserve the shutout. So the Sixers 4-1 to start the half, and with an overall record of 43 wins and 32 losses, they have won 3 straight. Of course, the sweep of Modesto, and that is the first time in their last 25 games they have won as many as 3 in a row. They've also won 5 of their last 6 and 8 of their last 11 after losing 9 of 11. Rancho Cucamonga going in the opposite direction. The Quakes 1-5 record in the second half. They are 33-43 on the year. They have lost 5 straight, so they won their first game of the second half. And remember, they finished the first half by losing 7 straight all to the High Desert Mavericks. So just 1 victory stands between the Quakes and what could be a 13-game losing streak. So they've got some work to do, but the Sixers figure to have a lot of work to do if they are going to be competitive in the second half. It is really going to be resting on the shoulders of the pitching staff. The Seattle Mariners struck yet again as they continue to basically disembowel the 66er team. they have taken young Chi Chen, who deservedly got the promotion to Double-A San Antonio, but added to some of the other promotions, some of them a little bit questionable when Seattle announced them. And now Gary Thurman is probably going to end up having to do the greatest managerial job he has ever done to help guide this team to a competitive second half and to give them any chance whatsoever in the playoffs, because when you look at the roster, as Brent Johnson leads off tonight's ball game, and the first pitch of the game is in for a strike, the 66er roster has 13 players who are on the opening day roster. So that means 12 of the 25 active players were not with the team when the season started. Most of those players were a level below. As Johnson flares one into right, we've got a base hit to get things started tonight. Johnson, one of the few familiar names who is left. This offense has been absolutely ravaged by the Mariners, who have pulled guys up left and right, have shown no regard whatsoever to the well-being of baseball fans in San Bernardino, and obviously have sent the message that winning means absolutely nothing down here. So, Inland Empire, good luck to you. And unfortunately, it's a negative message coming from the Seattle front office and the minor league department, but that's basically what it is. You win the first half, thanks for coming out, and good luck the rest of the way. So it is what it is, as Casey Craig stands in and takes one outside, 1 ball and no strikes. And don't be surprised if it doesn't end. Brent Johnson having a good year. Sean Nottingham has come around, and he's been pitching well. Aaron Jensen is showing signs in his last few starts. I would not be at all surprised if all of those three eventually got promoted in the near future. The next pitch to Craig is high, 2-0. So it is going to be a challenging second half for the Sixers. It's going, I would imagine that the players who are still here, who are part of that first half championship team, have to be scratching their heads just a little bit, wondering what it is their parent team is doing to this ball club. The pitch to Craig, line drive just off the glove of the shortstop Rodriguez and out into right center. Johnson will hold at second base. So a leadoff single by Brent Johnson, a solid base hit off the glove of the shortstop Rodriguez by Craig, and the Sixers have 2 on. Now with Chen leaving, the Sixers already were sapped of a lot of their power when they lost Mike Wilson and Marshall Hubbard, in particular, 2 guys who had some home run power. And now that Chen is gone to San Antonio, the Sixers really have no power. And manager Gary Thurman was telling me before the game today he is going to have to pull out all the stops, and that means even bunting in the first inning, and we will see if they have Prettyman bunt. With 2 on and nobody out, Ronnie in the number 3 hole and playing third base tonight. Sure enough, bunts, third base side. Freddy Sandoval in to get it, goes to first, they get the out, and Gary Thurman true to his word. But when you don't have any sock in your lineup, you've got to manufacture runs. You have to try to score them any which way you can. And even though Gary doesn't like the idea of having to sacrifice this early in the game, basically he's got to play the cards he has in his hands. So a nice job by Prettyman to get the runners over. And that'll bring up Omar Falcone hitting in the cleanup spot. So, you know, Johnson, Craig in right, Prettyman at third, Falcone behind the plate. Jack Arroyo starting at second base. He is on deck. Chris Colton, the DH, hitting sixth. As the first pitch from Rodriguez is blowing outside, 1-0 to Falcone. Andy Hargrove is at first base. Womack in left hitting eighth. And Jeff Dominguez, who was with the Sixers right at the end of last year, has come up from Wisconsin to take Chen's spot, and he is in there at short hitting ninth. Francisco Rodriguez out of the stretch. Next pitch is inside to Falcone, 2-0. Omar hitting .245 with 2 homers, 11 runs batted in, and has drawn 16 walks in 32 games. Quakes swept the Sixers the first time Inland Empire came here at the beginning of the month. And the next pitch to Falcone is a curveball low, so Rodriguez immediately in trouble, 3-0. Rancho sweeping that 3-game series, and probably the most painful of the 3 losses came in the last game Sunday, June 4th. The Quakes winning an extra inning game. The 3-0 pitch to Falcone, half swing, and he went around. That was the day the Sixers had an 8-4 lead in the ninth. The bases were loaded, but there were 2 outs, and Mumba Rivera gave up a grand slam to Patrick Riley. Rancho went on to win 9-8 and 10. Outfield straight away, infield for two, and the 3-1 to Falcone is swung on. Little flare into right center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. So Johnson scores. Craig is right behind him. And Omar Falcone into second base with a stand-up double. So the 66ers, 4 batters into the game, have given themselves a 2-0 lead over the Quakes. Falcone driving in his 12th and 13th runs of the season. Omar, in fact, had 1 RBI for the entire month of June. So another runner in scoring position for Jack Arroyo. Arroyo has been productive in his handful of at-bats with the Sixers this year. 15 at-bats, but he has 7 hits and has driven in 4 runs. Right-handed batter, pitch on the way, swung on and fouled up along first, 0-1. Most of the field still in the sunshine. The main exception would be the mound and the home plate area. The area right over by the third base bag is in the shade. And just off the left field line and into left field a bit, you have some shadows. But other than that, the rest of the field's still in the sunshine. Rodriguez will look back at second. Pitch to Arroyo is in for a strike, and it's now 0-2. This is the third start that Francisco Rodriguez has made against Inland Empire this year. He's 0-1 with a 4.76 ERA in his other 2. The right-hander's 0-2 to Arroyo, got him swinging. Jack going for a pitch that appeared a little bit high, and that's out number 2 here in the first inning. And we'll bring up tonight's designated hitter, Chris Colton. The only win that Francisco Rodriguez has had this year was way back on the 10th of May. And he certainly earned the victory that night. Pitching here against Visalia, he threw a 9-inning complete game shutout, allowing just 5 hits. Well, since then, he has made 8 starts, has gone 0-5 with an ERA of more than 7. And the first pitch to Colton is upstairs, 1-0. Chris hitting .223 with 2 home runs and 12 runs batted in. And against the Quakes this year, 2 hits and 14 at-bats. The pitch on the way is a soft liner up the middle, but that's into center field for a base hit. Falcone being waved. Here's the throw from LeBlanc, cut off, and the run is in. Not sure if they would have had a play had they let the ball go through. It was the first baseman, Cliff Remole, standing by the pitcher's mound to cut off the throw from the center fielder, Josh LeBlanc. And we are going to have a very quick visit to the mound by Rancho pitching coach Eric Bennett. So Chris Colton drives in his 13th run of the year, kind of a soft line drive single up the middle. And the Sixers are about to send their 7th man to the plate here in the very first inning. Of course, the one thing you worry about with a kid like Rodriguez, who has not had a lot of success this year, falling behind early, is the confidence. And a lot of times when you have not been doing well, the confidence, something that is very easy to shatter. In his last 3 starts, Francisco's ERA is more than 11. He lost last time out on the 20th here against Lake Elsinore, going 5 innings, giving up 4 runs. He has strung together 4 quality starts out of his 12 this year. And the first pitch misses to Hargrove, 1-0. Hargrove, 2 for 12. One of the newbies on the ball club, though, of course, he spent the last part of last season with the Sixers when they made a bunch of changes. Outfield straight away. You've got Cody Fuller in right, Josh LeBlanc in center, and Drew Toussaint is the left fielder. Cliff Remole at first, holding on Colton, who draws a throw. Ryan Leahy is at second. Sean Rodriguez, the power-hitting shortstop. And Freddy Sandoval, who missed a couple of weeks not too long ago with a bad back, is out there at third. Michael Collins doing the catching. 1-0 pitch on the way. Hargrove lifts a little shallow pop into right field. Coming in and diving head first is Fuller. Cody makes the catch. Great play by the Quakes right fielder. So Hargrove robbed of a hit, but Inland Empire winds up getting 3 runs in the first inning on 4 hits. And at the end of a half inning of play, it's the Sixers 3. Rancho coming up against Justin Thomas.
Right here, right now, Toyota Redlands, Toyota Redlands.
Toyota of Redlands is pleased to once again partner with the California League's Inland Empire 66ers. Toyota of Redlands is located at 1139 West Redlands Boulevard with a showroom of Toyota cars and trucks as well as certified pre-owned Toyota vehicles. Open 7 days a week. As part of the local community, Toyota of Redlands believes in personal relationships. Information available at toyotaofredlands.com.
Next time on the People's Pharmacy, the topic is indoor air quality.
Have you been sniffling and sneezing because of allergies? Mold and mildew in your cellar or air ducts could be making you miserable.
Are any of the gizmos that are sold to purify room air worth using? We'll get the lowdown from the experts on the next People's Pharmacy.
Friday morning at 9 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
This week, a Prairie Home Companion heads out to Salt Lake City, and joining us, singing songs from their fabulous new duet album, Linda Ronstadt with Anne Savoy, the Zozo Sisters, and also Ramblin' Jack Elliott. Guy Noir will be there too, Prudence Johnson, the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, of course the news from Lake Wobegon. A Prairie Home Companion live from Salt Lake City.
Friday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Justin Thomas staked to an early lead here, 3-0. Thomas has gotten some pretty good run support since joining the ball club. In fact, looking at his starts this year, and he's made 3 of them, he has gotten 28 runs of support. But, of course, he was on the hill when the Sixers won that first half title clincher over the Mavericks, and they got 16 runs. So Thomas making his first start against the Quakes. Justin beat the Mavericks in that start I just mentioned on the 20th. Gave up 3 runs, 2 earned in 5 innings. And so far in 3 starts has a record of 2-0 with a 2.12 ERA. 21 strikeouts and only 6 walks. So a guy who is not afraid to pitch inside, throws a high quantity of strikes, and as a result has been very successful. Josh LeBlanc will lead off here in the Rancho first inning, and the left-hander takes a look at a strike 0-1. LeBlanc hitting .245 with a couple of home runs and 21 driven in. A former 6th-round draft pick swings and fouls the pitch back, so the count is 0-2. He'll be followed by shortstop Sean Rodriguez and third baseman Freddy Sandoval. If anyone gets on, designated hitter Ben Johnson. As Thomas comes back with the 0-2, and that's swung on and missed. Breaking ball down and away. LeBlanc is now fanned 62 times in 54 games this year. He strikes out about a third of his at-bats. So with 1 out, here comes the power-hitting shortstop Sean Rodriguez. Sean was one of 3 Quakes who headed back east to take part in the All-Star game the other day. The game in Salem, Virginia, Tuesday, and the Carolina League wound up winning that contest as the right-hand hitting Rodriguez takes inside, 1 ball and no strikes. And it was quite an adventure for the 3 Quakes players who traveled back east for the All-Star game as Rodriguez grounds one up the middle, base hit. Well, he's aboard with a 1-out single in the first inning, and that'll bring up third baseman Freddy Sandoval. Sean Rodriguez, along with catcher Michael Collins and starting pitcher Jose Arredondo, who we will see here tomorrow night, had a rough time making it back east. They were supposed to catch a flight out of LAX. They missed their flight on Saturday night, so they had to wait on standby all day on Sunday. They ended up staying overnight at LAX. The pitch to Sandoval, right-hander fouls it off to the right out of play, 0-1. They were not able to catch a plane until Monday morning, and they didn't fly into Salem, Virginia until 11:30 at night on Monday. And keep in mind the All-Star game on Tuesday. So they were supposed to have left Saturday. They didn't actually get a plane out of L.A. until Monday. Sandoval fouls it off to the right. Freddie hitting .292 with 4 homers and 26 RBIs and a good OPS of .819. Missed a couple of weeks in May and early June with a back strain. Well, the Quakes weren't the only ones who had problems. As Thomas looks over at first, leading 3-0 in the first inning, and the left-hander's pitch is a fastball inside 1-2. I'm sure you have watched at least a little bit of the news and heard of all the bad weather they have been having back east. Young Chi Chen and Josh Womack had some problems getting back there as well. Throw to first base to keep Rodriguez honest. Sean, 7 out of 10 in steals this year. San Jose players and the entire San Jose coaching staff had a tough time making it into Salem. They had to fly all day on Sunday, got stuck on a runway in Chicago as Thomas goes to first and almost picked off Rodriguez. Just about got him as he went in head first. Well, the Giant players and their staff finally got in Sunday night after midnight. They had a total of over 12 hours of travel time. Thomas out of the stretch, 1-2 to Sandoval, fouled straight back. Freddy going for a high fastball. So they put a new ball in play. And then there's the story of Matt Miller, the outfielder for Modesto. And, of course, their last game before the All-Star break was in San Bernardino on Saturday. And we'll tell you about that in a moment. 3-0 Sixers in the first. Thomas again to first base. This time Rodriguez reads it easily. Well, after the Modesto loss in San Bernardino Saturday, they drove home. They got in to Modesto at about 4 in the morning. Matt Miller slept in the training room at John Thurman Field for about an hour and a half as Sandoval takes a called third strike. Got a breaking ball, and he strikes out looking. So 2 strikeouts in the inning for Justin Thomas, and the batter will be the designated hitter, Ben Johnson. Johnson, a switch hitter, so he will climb in hitting from the right side. And from this side of the plate, he is at 258, 241 from the left side. So Miller got about an hour and a half sleep in the trainer's room in Modesto before he had to get up and catch his plane. First pitch is inside to Johnson, 1 ball and no strikes. Well, he ended up having to play in the All-Star game Tuesday wearing his dirty pants that he had worn Saturday night in Modesto's 1-0 loss in San Bernardino because he was never able to get him washed. There goes Rodriguez. They've got him picked off, but Hargrove bobbles the throw to first. So Rodriguez will wind up being safe. And I think that Rodriguez will get charged with a caught stealing, if I interpret the rule correctly from seeing that play in the past, or a player mishandles a ball he should have handled. So Rodriguez will be at second base, and I believe no steal. The count to Johnson 1-0. 3-0 Sixers in the first inning, and Thomas's pitch on the way is a curveball low. So the count 2 balls and no strikes. By the way, Jonathan Conrad, our plate umpire, and Ryan Stockdale on the bases. Miller was told that he would get his pants washed, but he said it kind of slipped his mind. He had other concerns. He soaked them in the sink in his hotel room the day of the All-Star game to get out some of the stains, and then he got a couple of blow dryers trying to blow dry the pans. And in doing so, he wound up blowing the power circuit in his room at the hotel. So he ended up having to go out there and play with basically a dirty uniform, or at least dirty pants. I understand everybody was able to get back okay. It was just huge issues trying to get out from the West Coast to the East Coast because of all of the bad weather. Johnson backs out for just a moment. Sixers with 3 in the first inning. If you're just tuning in, the Quakes have a runner at second, 2 outs in their half. And Justin Thomas pitching to Ben Johnson, hitting .247 with 7 home runs as he takes a strike. And the count at 2-1. Rancho Cucamonga not only has lost 5 in a row, they've lost 12 of their last 13 and 16 of their last 19. So they are really struggling. Outfield straight away. Thomas will look back at second, and the pitch to Johnson low and outside. So it's now 3-1 to the Quakes' designated hitter. And if he can get on base, Michael Collins would hit next. Johnson has a DH this year, and he's had more at-bats DHing than in the field. Has hit .247 with 4 of his home runs. His average on the year, .247. The 3-1 pitch is on the hands, fouled off to the right. So the count goes full. The Sixers defensively, Hargrove, Arroyo, Dominguez, and Prettyman around the infield. And in the outfield left to right, you've got Womack, Johnson, and Craig, with Falcone doing the catching. And you know, it's kind of funny in a way, but Bill was joking earlier today, Bill Burns, my broadcast partner, that with all of the changeover the Sixers have had in the last couple of weeks, they ought to come up with a second Meet the Team dinner, which probably wouldn't be a bad idea. You really can't tell the players without a program now. Thomas steps off, Johnson backs out. Wind blowing out to right, as it always does here, at a pretty good clip right now, about 16 miles an hour. Rodriguez away from second. Thomas looks back there, and the 3-2 pitch swung on and missed, and Justin Thomas, in between giving up the single to Rodriguez, strikes out the side. So the Quakes are gone in the first inning. We go to the second, 3-0 Inland Empire.
Hi, I'm Mark Wahlberg. Next time on Antiques Roadshow.
I found it at my local dump.
Oh, so you're a dump diver?
Yes, much to my wife's displeasure.
This watch was made by the most famous, most important watchmaker of our time.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. That's awesome.
Next time from Providence, Rhode Island on Antiques Roadshow.
Thursday night at 8 on KVCR TV, Channel 24.
Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
On the next Weekend America, did you know the upcoming space shuttle launch could be threatened by vultures? Yep. Here's something else you didn't know.
They defecate on their legs, and that makes like vulture air conditioning. The wetness on their legs helps cool them off.
Come to the Kennedy Space Center and meet the Buzzard Patrol on Weekend America.
Saturday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
We go to the top of the second. The Sixers off to a 3-0 lead. Rancho at home this year, 21-21. And Inland Empire on the road, 15-23. They have won just 3 of 11 road series this year, losing 7 and splitting 1. And 2 of their 3 winning road series have been sweeps. Josh Womack will lead off against Francisco Rodriguez, and the first pitch sails in high 1-0. Womack hitting .288 with 5 home runs. Josh over his last 6 games hitting .095, just 2 hits. Next pitch to him is down and in, and the count 2-0. He has been hitting pretty well of late on the road, hitting .350 over his last 10 road games. Rodriguez back with a 2-0, and Womack hits it in the air down the left field line. That'll head out of play, though, and into the Rancho bullpen. So the count 2-1. When you start to analyze the numbers at what the Sixers have now lost offensively, Marshall Hubbard, Mike Wilson, and Matt Tuiasa-Sopo going up together to San Antonio after the Sixers clinched the first half, and now young Chi Chen will be joining them. Womack bunts, third base side, pretty good bunt, and a collision between the third baseman Sandoval and the pitcher Rodriguez. So Womack will be aboard on a hit, and Sandoval appears to be shaken up, but nothing too serious. It actually could have been a lot worse. So Womack gets himself a bunt single to start the second, and that'll bring up Jeff Dominguez, just up from Wisconsin. And, of course, some of you might remember, right at the end of last year, Dominguez, one of several new players who joined the Sixers for the last couple of weeks of the season, Down at Wisconsin this year, Dominguez hit .263 in 68 games. No home runs, 16 driven in. And a throw to first base, they have got Womack picked off badly. It goes 1-3-6 back to the pitcher, 1. And Rodriguez will be the guy who tags Womack out heading into second base. So Womack caught stealing, and that takes care of the leadoff bunt single before Dominguez has even seen a pitch. Jeff Dominguez climbing in from the left side, and in fact he was signed by Inland Empire hitting coach Rafael Santo Domingo, who is also a scout for the Seattle Mariners. Jeff is from Puerto Rico, and he grounds one to third. Sandoval, who is playing in, fields it cleanly and throws him out. So 2 outs here in the second inning, and that brings us back to the top of the order, and Brent Johnson, who started the game with a single and scored the first of 3 runs. Johnson, with that hit, has now hit safely in 8 straight. 11 hits during the hitting streak, 4 RBIs, 5 runs scored. And coming into play, hitting .295 with a team-high 33 walks. Rodriguez hiding his face behind the glove as the right-hander winds and deals. There's a shot hit foul back at third. So the count, no balls and a strike. Chen, Hubbard, Wilson, and Tuiasa Sopo. That's your 2, 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Those 4, combined with the Sixers, hit .309 in 936 at-bats, 21 home runs, 154 driven in, and 158 runs scored. The strike one pitch, and Johnson tries to bunt, but he fouls it back, 0-2. The rest of the team this year hitting a combined .268, so 40 points less. The same number of home runs, 21, but in almost 750 more at-bats. And then you look at the RBI to at-bat ratio. Chen, Hubbard, Wilson, Tuiasa, Sopo, averaging 1 RBI every 6.1 at-bats, as the 0-2 pitch to Johnson is high. The rest of the team averaging an RBI every 8.6 at-bats. So that's a huge chunk of offense to lose. And in 16 years of working in this business, I have never seen a mass exodus like we have seen this year. Curveball hit wide of third, foul. And I think the last time that anyone has seen an exodus of this proportion, Moses was leading the Israelites through the wilderness. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, you can develop players and win at the same time, but the Seattle Mariners, unfortunately, just at least the message being sent, they just don't seem to care. If the Sixers win or not, they're going to move guys and make it awfully tough come playoff time. Rodriguez pitch is a curveball, a little looper up the middle, just past Rodriguez into center. That was actually not a good pitch as far as location. It was off the plate, but Johnson able to get just enough of the bat head on it and hit a soft line drive out of the reach of the shortstop. Rodriguez going to his left. So Brent Johnson, 2 hits in the first 2 innings. And the Sixers already have 6 hits in the first inning and 2/3. So here's Casey Craig. Over the last 10 games, the Quakes team ERA is 5.87. Their starters over the last 10 are 1-6, with an ERA of about a half a run less than that. So the starters have been doing better than the bullpen of late, but it hasn't really been saying a lot. Casey Craig, who got a base hit in the first inning, takes a strike. So the count 0-1. Casey now 4 for 9 since joining the team. Left-handed batter wears a blue 11 on the red top. As Rodriguez goes to first, Johnson back. Brent 8 out of 15 in steals. In the last 5 games, in other words, during the Quakes' 5-game losing streak, their team ERA is almost 7.20. Another throw to first, and again Johnson back. Their starters, the last time through the rotation, 0-4 with an 8.03 earned run average. So not a whole lot has been going well for the Quakes. On top of that, they have not really been hitting and have not been scoring a lot of runs. 3-0 Sixers in the second. Pitch on the way. Craig bunts. Pops it up on the third base side, but it drops fair. Sandoval picks it up and has no play. So the 66ers really playing some small ball tonight. He had the bunt single by Womack to start the inning. Johnson, before he got the single up the middle, tried to bunt his way aboard. Casey Craig does get a bunt single, and Ronnie Prettyman in the first inning sacrifice. Well, by hook or crook, it doesn't matter. You need base runners, and if you don't have the boppers in your lineup, you got to figure out another way to score. And now Prettyman, who laid down the sacrifice, and that helped lead to the first 2 runs. For Ronnie, that was his 4th sacrifice of the year, finishing what has been a tough month of June for him as he takes one inside, 1 ball and no strike. Prettyman on the homestand, the 6-game homestand, was just 3 for 21. He is hitting 159 over his last 12 games, no multiple hit games over that stretch. And his .284 batting average is the lowest it's been since late April. He hits a ground ball to first base. Remole has it, and he'll take it to the bag unassisted. So no runs on 3 hits, 2 left. At the end of 1.5 here at the epicenter tonight, it's 3-0 66ers.
The first Farmer Boys restaurant opened in the Inland Empire in 1981 with a single premise: serve generous portions of freshly prepared food and serve it quickly. The concept worked, and now Farmer Boys has grown to over 50 locations throughout Southern California. Their menu features more than 75 freshly prepared items, including burgers, sandwiches, made-to-order salads, onion rings, and fried zucchini. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Farmer Boys, fresh food, fast.
It's time now for the Old Time Gospel Hour with Jerry Falwell.
When Jerry Falwell started a ministry and a school, he thought that pastors should stay away from politics. That changed.
Welcome, commencement speaker for the class of 2006, Senator John McCain.
I'm Steve Inskeep, 50 years of preaching and politics. Tomorrow on Morning Edition from NPR News.
KVCR, San Bernardino.
At Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, they're committed to providing your child with advanced care as the only children's hospital in the Inland Empire. From cuts or broken bones to cardiac care and transplants, the medical staff at Loma Linda University Children's Hospital attends to each child with love, concern, and personal attention. Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. Information at 1-800-825-KIDS.
We go to the bottom of the second here at the epicenter in Rancho Cucamonga, where the Sixers have jumped out to a 3-0 lead over the Quakes. Well, last night around the Mariners minor league system, former Inland Empire left-hander Cesar Jimenez came this close to throwing a no-hitter, and he had it broken up in the 9th inning. He wound up settling for a 1-hit shutout as Tacoma blanked the Dodgers Las Vegas team 7-0. Jimenez walked 2 and struck out 4 last night. Jeff Clement, Mariners' #1 pick from last year, who was on the sideline for a good part of this year after some surgery, recently returned and was sent to Tacoma. He had a grand slam last night in the 8th inning. Michael Collins, one of the 3 Quake All-Stars, leads off in the second, takes one inside, 1-0. Collins has been maybe the top Rancho hitter this year. He and Sean Rodriguez for sure, but Collins having a very tough June. He takes a pitch for a strike. He's hitting .296 on the year with a team-high 44 runs batted in, but in June, Collins hitting just .203. And he entered the month having hit .330 in April and May. So his average down under .300 on the season. Right-handed batter, and the pitch from Thomas is a fastball down and in, 2-1. Collins, Remole, and then the power-hitting left fielder Drew Toussaint in inning number 2. Infield back, and now the 2-1 pitch from Thomas is a little fly ball lifted into left center field. Has a little bit of carry to it, but Brent Johnson will track it down, and we have 1 out in the second. That'll bring up Cliff Remole, who's hitting .294. Shin-Soo Choo had a home run for the Rainiers last night. as Drubal Cabrera had a triple and scored a run. Rob Johnson, reading this correctly, he had 3 stolen bases last night. The Tacoma catcher, who, of course, spent the second half of last year with the Sixers. He had a couple of hits. Brian LaHare had a double in 2 plate appearances. And Tacoma, I believe they've now won 10 straight, as Remolay takes outside 1-0. Remolay, 2 homers, 25 RBIs to go with that .294 batting average. Fouls the pitch back into the screen, and the count evens up at 1-1. The Double-A San Antonio 66ers, as well, you may as well call them the 66ers. They've got a third of the club up there. Next pitch to Remolay is low, and the count 2-1. They lost to Arkansas 4-3 last night. Ryan Roland Smith got into the game. Struck out 3 of the 4 men that he retired, but it was Mark Lowe who took the loss, as a good breaking ball is in for a strike, 2-2. Lowe gave up 2 runs, and they were the first runs he has allowed since moving up to San Antonio. The 2-2 pitch from Thomas, reach for and miss. Ball goes to the backstop. Falcone picks up the carom, fires to Hargrove to make it official. So strikeout number 4 for Justin Thomas, 2-3 on the putout. And with 2 away, the batter will be Drew Toussaint, the left fielder. Matt Tuiasosopo, who had started 3 for 20 in Double-A, had 3 hits last night, including a double. Marshall Hubbard had a triple and an RBI. He actually also added a single. And Hubbard hitting .400 since making the jump to Double-A. Low-A, Wisconsin, a 6-4 loss to the Cubs Peoria team, as Toussaint takes in the dirt, 1-0. Drew hitting .237. He has 10 home runs and 24 runs batted in. But his numbers are a little bit skewed because he has destroyed the High Desert Mavericks this year. Thomas's pitch swung on and missed, and the count now 1 ball and a strike. Toussaint hitting .323 against the Mavericks with 6 homers and 12 RBIs in 16 games. As the 1-1 on the way is Lowe, gets away from Falcone, 2-1. But against the rest of the league, in 49 games, Toussaint hitting .206 with 4 home runs and 12 RBIs. So he has driven in as many runs against the Mavericks as he has against everybody else. And he's had about 3 times more at-bats against the rest of the league. Thomas's pitch lifted high and deep into left center. Womack with a long run in the alley. He will backhand it right on the edge of the warning track. So a couple of long flyouts here in the inning with a strikeout sandwiched in between. The Quakes are gone in order, and at the end of 2, it is 3-0 Inland Empire.
Church's Chicken is proud to be part of the Inland Empire 66ers. With 39 locations throughout the L.A. and Inland Empire area, there's a Church's Chicken near you, featuring a spicy and original crunchy chicken, crunchy tenders, or spicy chicken sandwich with side selections of mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, and coleslaw. Need to feed an entire baseball team? No problem. Church's is ready to take your order. Church's Chicken, we've got the crunch.
You wouldn't want your favorite sports team to only play offense or only play defense, would you? Allstate would like you to know they have a plan to combine both home and auto insurance to help serve you. Allstate is there to provide assistance for each client. In Loma Linda, Allstate agent Corey Underwood is there for you at 909-796-0974. At Allstate, you're in good hands. Subject to availability and qualifications, Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Most everyone knows someone who is the victim of identity theft. When someone's credit history, social security number, or other personal information have been stolen and used by a stranger. It's a crime that's on the rise. Tune in to Justice Talking this week as we talk about proposed legislation to help millions of Americans deal with this crime. Also, we'll talk about how to protect yourself from having your identity stolen. This week on Justice Talking.
Sunday afternoon at 2 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Inland Empire with 3 runs in the first inning, so leading the Quakes 3-0 as we head to the third. Don't forget, tomorrow night, back here at the Epicenter at 7:05. We'll be on the air, radio, and internet beginning at 7. Same setup for Saturday. Sunday is a day game here. But, of course, we will not be broadcasting on Sunday. And then the final game of this unusual 5-game series will be on Monday night at 7:05. And, again, we'll hit the air at 7 o'clock. Sixers are home for July 4. They are home against the Lake Elsinore Storm to start a 3-game series Tuesday. And we understand as far as tickets for the July 4th game, as Omar Falcone with a 2-run double in the first inning leads off in the third. The pitch from Rodriguez swung on and missed. They are entirely sold out of the lower level executive box seats. They do have availability in the upper box section as well as some scattered seats in the lower level. Falcone fouls it back 0-2 the count. That will be a sellout, and you probably figure on about 8,000 people total. And don't forget the fireworks show afterward. That is actually free, so you don't necessarily have to come to the ball game to watch the show, but why not? Falcone strikes out on a pitch high and away, so he helps out Rodriguez, who picks up his second strikeout. One away in the third inning. First time in 3 innings Francisco has retired the leadoff hitter. And now Jack Arroyo, who struck out in the first. So we hope you're making your plans to join us for the upcoming homestand. And if you have not already done so for July 4th, we would strongly suggest that you start doing more than just thinking about it, as tickets going quickly. Arroyo takes high 1-0. Rancho this year 3-9 in the games that Rodriguez has started. And since getting his only victory, that complete game shutout in mid-May, as he misses low and away to Arroyo 2-0. We told you he's gone 0-5 in 8 starts. The Quakes have won only 1 of his last 8 starts, and that was here on June the 4th, that Sunday afternoon game. The 2-0 pitch is upstairs 3-0. And it took a 9th inning grand slam by Patrick Riley to bring the Quakes back from a 4-run deficit before they finally won in extras. So, of course, Rodriguez had a no decision that day. Right-hander's 3-0 is low and away, so he walks Arroyo after fanning him in the first inning. First walk issued by Rodriguez tonight, and that'll bring up Chris Colton. Rodriguez strikeout to walk ratio not very good. Came in with 35 strikeouts and 26 walks in just under 65 innings of work. And in the month of June, in 4 starts, the league hitting .329, and he has an ERA approaching 9.5. Colton with an RBI single in the first inning as he climbs in. Chris showing some signs of coming around. His base hit tonight gives him a 4-game hitting streak, though he came in with just 4 hits over his last 34 at-bats. That's a guy the Sixers are really going to need to step up for the rest of the season. He swings and fouls it back. There's so many, well, basically the nucleus of the offense no longer with the team. And so many new players on the team. Colton is kind of a veteran all of a sudden, even though Chris is not old by any means. But he would have the most California League experience. And he's a guy Gary Thurman would love to see step up here over the last couple of months. He takes a pitch up and in, 1 ball and a strike. And in reality, Colton is probably the only real home run threat that the Sixers have in terms of a guy who has good raw power, though he's only hit 2 so far this year. Arroyo held on at first by Remolay, and he will draw a throw. Sixers winners of 8 of the last 11. You know, that game they won on Saturday night 1-0. That was the first time in 7 games that a Sixer game was decided by less than 3 runs. Rodriguez delivers, and a line drive caught, dropped by the shortstop Rodriguez, who goes to second, and they go to first to get the double play. How about that? So a line out 6-4-3 double play as Rodriguez climbed the ladder, took a hit away from Colton, and turned it into 2. The inning is over. We go to the bottom of the third here at the Epicenter. Sixers on top 3-zip.
Hi, it's Lynn Rossetto Casper. This week we've the true story of a celebrated French chef and the cutthroat business that did him in. We get the lowdown on female cheesemakers and Jane Stern.
Lynn, we found the best lemon icebox pie in Atlanta, but they make one a day.
Join us at the Splendid Table, the show about life's appetites from American Public Media.
Sunday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
The diamond industry's done a pretty good job getting guys to spend a bundle on engagement rings, but what are couples spending on wedding rings?
The most for a woman's wedding band, I'd have to say, is about $26,000.
$26,000? I'm Tess Bigland. We price out wedding rings this week on Marketplace Money from American Public Media.
Sunday afternoon at 1 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
For 60 years, Best Western has provided rooms that fit your budget. When traveling this summer in California, Hawaii, and Nevada, you're invited to participate in the Best Western Hotel Travel Card Plan and the Baseball Fan Rate, which provides special offers. Experience this summer with the Best Western Hotels of California, Hawaii, and Nevada. Information available at bestwesternbaseball.com.
Well, as we head to the bottom of the third inning, 3-0 Inland Empire. High Desert and Lake Elsinore down at the Diamond are scoreless in the bottom of the second. San Jose on top of Modesto by a 3-0 score in the third tonight. And Stockton and Bakersfield are just underway, no report. Justin Thomas has fanned 4 in 2 innings of work. He will begin inning number 3 against second baseman Ryan Leahy. And then you got right fielder Cody Fuller, followed by center fielder Josh LeBlanc. That is the leadoff hitter. Talking about the Quakes and their recent struggles, as Leahy batting .254 takes a strike, 0-1. Ryan 0 for 3 in his game last Saturday. Snapped the string in which he had driven in runs in 5 straight. And he looks at a pitch that misses for a ball, 1 ball and a strike. The Quakes had scored 65 runs in their last 19 games. So that's just under 3.5 runs on average. Thomas's fastball in for a strike, 1-2. The Sixers pitching has been nothing shy of superb of late. For one thing, in the shutout Saturday, they did not walk anybody. Just the second time this year they have done it. The other time was a complete game that Robert Rohrbaugh threw June the 19th. As Leahy hits it back a third foul, still 1-2. The Sixers holding Modesto to 2 runs in that 3-game series. The shutout Saturday and then 1 run in each of the previous 2. This is the first time this year the Sixers have held an opponent to no more than 1 run in 3 straight games. Leahy fouls it back. The last time that a San Bernardino pitching staff did that in 3 straight games, you have to go back to the middle of June in 2002. The 20th, 21st, and 22nd of June in 2002. Thomas into the windup, and the 1-2 pitch to Leahy, low and outside, 2-2. The starters in that 3-game sweep of Modesto, how do you like this? 18 innings, no runs, 5 hits. And in fact, over the last 4 games coming in, Inland Empire starters have been charged with 2 earned runs in 25 innings. And Leahy chases a pitch down and away, strike 3. So Thomas has faced 8 batters, and Justin has struck out 5 of them. Pretty nice start. Leading 3-0, the batter will be the right fielder, Cody Fuller. During their 5-game losing streak, the Quakes are only hitting .220. And they are batting just .241 over their last 10 games. Fuller, who got off to a torrid start, he was one of the league's top hitters in April. Right-hander takes a strike, 0-1. Cody hit .415 in April and drove in 10 runs in 18 games. Well, since the calendar turned to May, Fuller is hitting .185 with 6 runs batted in. And he takes one on the inside corner, 0-2. The Quakes, as a matter of fact, if you go back to the start of May and look at what they have done at the plate, as the pitch on the way from Thomas. Fastball a little bit inside. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rancho Cucamonga over that stretch hitting just over 250. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. Down goes Fuller. So Justin Thomas, the first time through the order, has been close to unhittable, striking out 6 and giving up just the 1 hit to Sean Rodriguez in the first inning. And with 2 away, we're back to the leadoff hitter, Josh LeBlanc, who struck out in the first. Josh LeBlanc, a kid who went to Westbury High School in Houston and will be 25 in mid-September, takes a pitch outside 1-0. LeBlanc lettered in baseball and football and was also on the all-academic team in high school. As he grounds one to Prettyman at third, Ronnie, who was up on the grass, throws him out, and Thomas has another easy inning. So Justin, with 1 hit and 3 scoreless innings to start his night, has retired the last 8 Quakes. And we get ready to go to the third, where Bill Burns will be stepping in to take you through the middle 3 innings. Our score here at the epicenter at the end of 3 is the 66ers 3 and the Quakes nothing.
Things have really changed since Lazy Boy first introduced the recliner in 1928. The product line has grown to include a myriad of pieces and styles. Their brand name has become highly recognized across the country. But over the years, one fact has remained the same. Each piece of Lazy Boy furniture is made with comfort and quality in mind. Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery in San Bernardino, Riverside, Victorville, and Ontario Mills. Information online at lazyboy.com.
Why did GM scrap the EV1, its first electric car? I'm Ira Flato. Join me on the next Science Friday for a conversation with the director of the new movie, Who Killed the Electric Car? Plus a bird flu update and new research showing that crops may not fight global warming as much as we thought. That's on Talk of the Nation from NPR News.
Friday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Next time on The World, an American actor and musician gets into the mind of Frédéric Chopin and what a stormy place it is.
Anger, passion, fury.
Hershey Felder's passion for the music of Chopin is at the heart of Felder's new play. I'm Lisa Mullins. We get inside the life of a musical legend, Chopin, and the day's news next time on The World.
Friday afternoon at 2 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Well, Justin Thomas for the Inland Empire 66ers off to a fantastic start so far tonight. 6 strikeouts in his first 3 innings, so he is looking very strong to get things started here. And Andy Hargrove stepping in for the 66ers here in the top of the 4th inning. 3-0, 66ers in the lead, and here goes Francisco Rodriguez into the wind, and the throw home, and that one is low for a ball, so we're underway here. In the top of the 4th inning, Hargrove flew out to right field in his first at-bat of the evening. Big fella out there at the plate, and the 1-0. That one's low and away. So 3-0, 66ers getting all 3 of their runs in the first inning. Base hit by Johnson, followed up by a base hit by Casey Craig, a sac bunt by Ronnie Prettyman to put runners at second and third, and the 2-0 here to Hargrove. That one's in and out of the middle of Collins, and it bounces away from him. Nobody on base, though. Prettyman with the sac bunt there in the first inning to move runners up to second and third, and then Omar Falcone coming up with a big double and 2 RBIs, and in fact, Falcone swung at a pitch 3-0. It was a check swing that was up high. And the next pitch is ball 4 to Andy Hargrove. So he walks to get things started here in the 4th inning. But Omar Falcone swinging at that 3-0 pitch, checked his swing. It was a high pitch, so the strike went against him. And the very next pitch, he drove into right center field for a double. So that's how the 66ers have gotten on the board here this evening. And like I said, all 3 runs coming in the first inning. Josh Womack will be the batter. He singled in his first at-bat of the night, a infield single to the third baseman. Hargrove taking a small lead over there at first base. And the pitch to Womack, that's on the inside corner, good for a strike. So Andy Hargrove over there at first. Not much of a base-stealing threat, even though he does have a stolen base this year. And really it was just a messed-up hit-and-run play. And that's why Andy Hargrove ended up getting a stolen base. The next pitch is a little bit high. So Collins coming out of his crouch to catch that one, and it's going to be 1 ball and 1 strike here. Well, the night is coming along here rather quickly, and it's starting to get nice outside. Not quite as hot as it was during the day. And man, what a scorcher today here in the Inland Empire. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch, that one is right underneath the armpits, but over the plate for a strike, and Womack doesn't like the call, but he's a mellow guy. He'll take it with a grain of salt out there. That'll make the count 1-2. Well, 2 scoreboards here in Rancho, one over there in left center field and one in right center field. We got a big video board out in right center, and there's a pop foul. That's going to get out of play off the bat of Josh Womack. But the video board here in Rancho, very quality video board. One of the nicer ones that I've seen in just about any stadium. Of course, the big league stadiums are going to have really, really nice ones. This one's pretty darn good for a minor league ballpark. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Womack, the left-handed batter, waves the bat across the plate. Now he's ready to go. Francisco Rodriguez has showed a pretty good move so far tonight, but Hargrove with hardly any lead over there at first. And the 1-2 pitch. Swung on. That's fouled back into the screen and bounces down. Ball boy will have to collect that one. Collins, the catcher for the Rancho Cucamonga Ball Club, hasn't done very well at all this year, only throwing out 22% of base runners. Wouldn't be surprised to see Gary Thurman try to run a little bit more during this series. And there's a pitch grounded up the first base line that's going to get foul. So if you see Gary putting some guys into play, that's probably why only 22% of the base runners Collins is throwing out. He's given up 46 stolen bases. He's caught 13 runners, 59 total attempts against Collins. And that's the catcher we'll see more than probably at least 3 games here in this 5-game series. First pitch down low, or the next pitch, makes the count 2-2 to Womack. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Josh. And more than likely we'll see Collins at least 3 times here in this series. And the 2-2. There's a soft tap. That's going to get into a shallow right field for a base hit. Andy Hargrove will move up to second base, and Womack has 2 singles here in the ball game. That one just kept on bouncing. And really, if Remele, the first baseman, was playing in his normal position instead of trying to hold on to Andy Hargrove, he probably would have been able to get to that ball. But in the situation with Hargrove at first, Remele was at the bag. So Hargrove moves up. Womack over at first base. And Jeffrey Dominguez will be the batter. Jeffrey, a switch hitting ball player playing in Wisconsin this season. He's excited to be here. Rafael Santo Domingo, very high on this kid. Happy to see him up here in the Inland Empire. Of course, Rafi, the hitting coach and infield coach for the Inland Empire Ball Club. And now a pickoff play out at second base, and man, Hargrove just barely gets back in. Rodriguez turned and threw over to Leahy, the second baseman, and now Leahy walking in. He's talking to the base umpire out there, trying to get an explanation out of him. Man, Hargrove just barely snuck back in. The tag went up on the thigh of Hargrove, and that's probably why the umpire made the safe call. If he gets that tag a little bit lower, more than likely Hargrove is out. Well, now with the new kid, Dominguez, being new and fresh to the ball club, probably doesn't know all the signs right now, and there's runners at first and second with nobody out. So Gary Thurman calling Dominguez up the third baseline to go ahead and talk it over and see exactly what's going to go on here. And we might see a bunt. As Mike told you a little bit earlier, we're going to see a lot of small ball out of these guys here. A lot of power from the team gone. And now bunt shown. And turning around and looking to second base is Rodriguez. So Rodriguez throwing to Dominguez. And Dominguez did show bunt. Now the first baseman, Remele, going to go over and talk to Rodriguez. Let him know that the bunt play is going to be on. Now the home plate umpire stepping out. He's clapping his hands, saying, let's get this thing going. Haven't seen a pitch yet to Dominguez. He's been up there for quite a while already. So 3-0, 66ers in the lead. They're going to try to add on to it here with nobody out and runners at first and second in the top of the fourth. Rodriguez now will step off the rubber. So we're taking tons of time here. Sandoval, the third baseman, playing in on the grass. So is the first baseman, Remele. Shortstop and second baseman playing over at double play depth right now, just in case the ball is hit a little bit harder and they have an opportunity to get a double play. And bunt shown, pulled back, and it's grounded up the first baseline. Rafael Santo Domingo tries to field it. He grabs the ball and throws it into the stands. So Dominguez does not try to lay down the bunt here, even though he showed bunt at first, pulled it back, and then swung at the ball. So he's behind in the count, 0-1. Rodriguez sets up high at his shoulder, looks back at second and deals home on the 0-1. Bunt shown, and that's laid down. Rodriguez gets off the mound, throws, and that goes up the third baseline. A wild throw from Rodriguez, and coming home to score is Andy Hargrove. So Hargrove in, and 66ers have another run here. And man, Rodriguez came off. He had the right idea with Andy Hargrove running to third base. He had an opportunity to try to get the out over there, and if the third baseman Sandoval would have been able to handle the throw, it would have been an out. But the ball got away from Sandoval, bounced up the third baseline. And Quakes had to retrieve the baseball. So Womack moves up to third base on the play. Dominguez moves up to second. And there's going to be an error in the E1 to let the run come in. And that'll bring up the top of the order, Brent Johnson. First pitch to Brent, swung on, popped up. That's going to get out of play. So 66ers up 4-0 here. Even though they have not put it up on the scoreboard yet at this time. Brent Johnson with a couple of singles in the ball game. He's having a nice night so far. Single into right field and a single up the middle to center. Infield playing in for the Quakes. Runners at second and third and nobody down. Let's see if Brent Johnson still has that magic in his bat to get going here tonight after the All-Star break. Now he calls timeout and he wants to step out of the batter's box. Well, Francisco Rodriguez, he's really struggled in his last couple outings. Hasn't had a victory since the 10th of May. Quite a long time without a win for him. He's had 5 losses and 2 no decisions, and the pitch to Johnson's inside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Brent. He fouled the first pitch off. The victory that Rodriguez did have, he was really on that night. Went 9 complete innings, but pitched over 130 pitches. The 1-1 swung on. That's grounded up the third baseline. Grabbing the baseball and trying to tag the runner at third, Womack, is Sandoval. He tried to really lay the tag on Womack. Womack snuck back in. The throw goes over to first base. Johnson is out. And now timeout is called. Womack saw that the ball was going to go to Sandoval, throws, then snuck back into third. And you can hear the crowd. They want the play called in their favor and the Quakes' favor. So the out is going to be recorded 5-3. Nobody moves up for the 66ers. And there's 1 down with runners at second and third, and Casey Craig will be the batter. Oh, sweet little play there by Sandoval. He thinks he got Womack, but the umpire did not see it that way. Sandoval grabbed that ball and tried to touch Womack before he snuck back into third. And the pitch here to Craig. That one misses outside for a ball. What a no. Casey Craig batting from the left side. Infield still playing in, and the 1-0 pitch. That one is on the outside corner, good for a strike. Well, in the 4th and 5th innings, they've really been voodoo for Francisco Rodriguez so far this year. He's given up 10 runs in the 4th inning alone, 9 runs in the 5th. And he'll deal on the 1-1 pitch. That one's high for a ball. So runners at second and third and 1 down. Teams are batting .432 against them in the 5th inning, and .372 against them in the 4th. Overall, just not a good year for Rodriguez. And the 2-1. Swung on and missed. So Casey Craig evens up the count with that swing and miss there. Casey Craig wearing number 11 on his back. The highest run output so far this year has been 8 runs by a ball club against Rodriguez. That was against the San Jose Giants. The 2-2. Swung on. There's a soft ground ball. Diving between the second and first baseman. Both players diving for the ball. Coming in to score will be 2 66ers. The ball's out there in right field for a single for Casey Craig. Boy, Leahy and Renelli almost bumped heads as they dove for that baseball. 3 hits here for Casey Craig in the ball game. And 2 runs in to score. And now the 66ers are up 6-0. coming out of the dugout is the pitching coach. He's going to talk to his pitcher here. Pitching coach is Eric Bennett for the Rancho Cucamonga Ball Club. 66ers are up 6-0. 3 runs in here in this inning. That's going to bring up Ronnie Prettyman. 6 runs, 9 hits for the 66ers Ball Club. They've only struck out twice. Omar Falcone has struck out, and so has Jack Arroyo so far here in the ballgame. Otherwise, doing very well. So Prettyman, the left-handed batter, stepping in. Runner at first base, Casey Craig. See if he has anything up his sleeve as he dives back in head first after a throw from Francisco Rodriguez to get him back in. Craig with his hands on his knees out there. And he extends the lead by another step, and he's ready to go. First pitch to Prettyman is on the outside corner for a strike. Well, that's one thing Rodriguez has been doing so far here in the ballgame. He's been throwing strikes. Just his stuff is not very good this evening, and the 66ers have been hitting him pretty hard. 6-0 Inland Empire in the top of the 4th inning. Rodriguez looking over his shoulder at Casey Craig. Another toss over there. Tag put down by Remley, but Casey Craig back in safely. Prettyman looking down at Gary Thurman for a few signs. Prettyman stepping in today, batting .284. And the pitch to him is a line drive into left field. There's a base hit for Ronnie. Casey Craig will move up to second base. Prettyman on with a single. And that's his first hit of the night. And let's see if they got some bullpen action. Indeed, they do. Somebody warming up in the bullpen for the Rancho Cucamonga Ball Club, and that's going to be it for the starting pitcher, Francisco Rodriguez. The manager, Bobby Mitchell, out to make the change, and we'll tell you who the new pitcher is when we get back in 2 minutes.
The first Farmer Boys Fastrant opened in the Inland Empire in 1981 with a single premise: serve generous portions of freshly prepared food and serve it quickly. The concept worked, and now Farmer Boys has grown to over 50 locations throughout Southern California. Their menu features more than 75 freshly prepared items, including burgers, sandwiches, made-to-order salads, onion rings, and fried zucchini. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Farmer Boys. Fresh food, fast.
Church's Chicken is proud to be part of the Inland Empire 66ers. With 39 locations throughout the LA and Inland Empire area, there's a Church's Chicken near you. Featuring a spicy and original crunchy chicken, crunchy tenders, or spicy chicken sandwich with side selections of mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, and coleslaw. Need to feed an entire baseball team? No problem. Church's is ready to take your order. Church's Chicken, we've got the crunch.
This week, a Prairie Home Companion heads out to Salt Lake City, and joining us, singing songs from their fabulous new duet album, Linda Ronstadt with Anne Savoy, the Zozo Sisters, and also Ramblin' Jack Elliott. Guy Noir will be there too, Prudence Johnson, the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, and of course the news from Lake Wobegon. A Prairie Home Companion live from Salt Lake City.
Friday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Having plumbing problems? Is it time for a new roof? Do you have a geyser in your yard every time your sprinklers come on? Well, I'm Matt Levesque, and I've got a new show for you. Listen on Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock to get the answers you need on Construction Zone Radio. Phone us at 1-800-841-1999 and tell us your plight. That's our home repair and remodeling show, Construction Zone Radio, Saturday mornings at 11 on KVCR, San Bernardino, Riverside.
Sixers up in the ball game, 6-0 here. And there's a new pitcher in the ball game. His name is Michel Simard. Simard, a right-handed pitcher, 6'4", 200 pounds. Has made 6 appearances so far here for the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. No wins, no losses, no saves so far in the year. A 6.52 ERA. He's thrown 9 2/3 innings, given up 13 hits, has a 3.02 against average, has given up 11 runs, 7 of them earned, has walked 6 and struck out 7. So there you have it. Michel Simard. He's going to face off against Omar Falcone. And the starting pitcher, Francisco Rodriguez, makes it through 3 1/3 innings, but he gives up 6 runs and 10 hits. Not a good outing at all. So Falcone looking for another hit here in the ballgame. He has a double already. Got a double back in the first and drove in 2 runs. Open stance for Omar. Runners at first and second and 1 down. And the pitch is on the outside corner. Good for a strike. The runner's on base. Casey Craig over there at second base. Ronnie Prettyman at first for the Inland Empire Ball Club. Falcone batting out of the 4-hole here tonight. Well, all those guys moving up. Omar getting opportunity. Batting the 4-hole. Samard steps off. Runners go back to their bags. And they'll get back on the rubber out there. Samard bent over at the waist, looking in. Now set. Check second base and the 0-1 pitch. That one swung on, tapped foul up the third base line. Rodriguez with another rough outing. He's in line for the loss right now. That'll be his second loss in a row. Of course, there's a no decision mixed in there. Had 5 losses in a row without the no decisions. But with the 2 no decisions breaking things up every now and then. So 0-2 here to Falcone. The next pitch. That's a breaking ball. Swung on a miss. He goes down swinging. 2 down. Jack Arroyo will be the batter. Well, Jack, even though he's only played in 6 games for Inland Empire so far this year, still batting 7 for 15 coming into tonight. He's 0 for 1 in tonight's ball game, so a total of 7 for 16 on the year with the Sixers. He has an RBI opportunity here. He has 4 on the year for the Sixers ball club. Probably see a lot of Jack Arroyo here in the second half of baseball. And the pitch from Samard. That one is just outside. Collins frames it out there, but he does not get the call from the home plate umpire. Well, good to be back to baseball here after a 4-day layoff due to the All-Star break. Mike was telling you about the journeys of many of the ball players. As this one gets by, Collins goes all the way back to the wall, and moving up to second and third is Casey Craig and Ronnie Prettyman. And, of course, poor Young Chi Chen, who has just moved up to San Antonio, the first day he gets back from the All-Star break, which was yesterday, he just starts to get his bags unpacked from the All-Star break, and he gets told he has to move up to San Antonio, so the guys are out on another plane the next day. Not an easy life for the ball players, but I'm sure they enjoy playing the game. And, of course, Young Chi Chen, definitely a player deserving to be moved up through the ranks. 2-0 pitch. And that one swung on. Popped up on the infield. Going back is Leahy. He's in shallow right center. He'll put the mid up and make the catch. And finally 3 outs here for the Rancho Cucamonga Ball Club. But 3 runs come in to score for the Inland Empire 66ers at 6-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
Right here, right now, Toyota of Redlands, Toyota of Redlands.
Toyota of Redlands is pleased to once again partner with the California League's Inland Empire 66ers. Toyota of Redlands is located at 1139 West Redlands Boulevard with a showroom of Toyota cars and trucks as well as certified pre-owned Toyota vehicles. Open 7 days a week. As part of the local community, Toyota of Redlands believes in personal relationships. Information available at toyotaofredlands.com.
This week, a Prairie Home Companion is at Tanglewood with the Waylon Jennies, Robin and Linda Williams and the Hope for Gospel Quartet, Geraldine Steele. And Meryl Streep is with us as Yolanda Johnson of the Johnson Girls, and also to read her favorite American poems. Guy Noir as well, the news from Lake Wobegon this week on a Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino, Riverside.
Having plumbing problems? Is it time for a new roof? Do you have a geyser in your yard every time your sprinklers come on? Well, I'm Matt Levesque, and I've got a new show for you. Listen on Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock to get the answers you need on Construction Zone Radio. Phone us at 1-800-841-1999 and tell us your plight. That's our home repair and remodeling show, Construction Zone Radio, Saturday mornings at 11 on KVCR, San Bernardino, Riverside.
Nothing. Inland Empire in the lead. Man, Justin Thomas back out on the hill for the 66ers. He is looking really sharp. so far here in the ball game. Nice to see him coming out after the All-Star break and looking good. 6 strikeouts so far in the ball game for him. 3 in the first inning, so he struck out the side there. 1 in the second inning and 2 in the third. Here we go with Sean Rodriguez getting ready to step up into the plate. He's ready to go. So far in the ball game, he is the only base hit for this ball club, the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. And the first pitch in there for a strike. And one thing I've noticed right off the bat from Justin Thomas so far in the ball game, he's a left-handed pitcher, and his fastball is really boring in on the right-handed pitchers. And there it is right there, but that one misses a little bit low. His fastball is really coming in, and I'm assuming it's a four-seamer that he's throwing out there. He also has a nasty slider going tonight, and the 1-1 pitch. That one is down low for a ball, so next 2 pitches miss after he throws a strike to get things started here. But so far, very impressed by Thomas's outing. Let's see if he can keep it going. So the lefty delivers on the 2-1. That one's hit high and deep to left. Forget about it. That one's gone. Well, it's now 6-1, and that was a no-doubter right there, folks. Rodriguez rounds the bases. He touches them all. Man, when the kid can hit, he really let loose there. And one more time, that was a pitch from Justin Thomas, that four-seamer that they tried to get in on the hands of the batter, Sean Rodriguez, and it just went right over the plate instead. So totally missed its spot. And man, Sean Rodriguez unloaded on it. For Sean, that is going to be his 15th home run of the year. That leads the team for the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. So number 15 there. And the first pitch to Sandoval misses a little bit high. That thing was loud and fast. And the next pitch to Sandoval misses high. So the Quakes on the board here in the bottom of the 4th. 6-1 66ers. Well, the big question is how does Justin Thomas handle that? Hopefully he just comes back out and throws his game. He's up 5 still. Next pitch misses low. And he falls behind 3-0 here to Sandoval. It was 3-1 to Rodriguez when Rodriguez clubbed that pitch. And the next pitch, that one's right down the middle, good for a strike. That's going to be 3-1 here. On deck, Ben Johnson, the switch hitter. And the 3-1 pitch coming, and there's a swing and a miss, a high fastball from Justin Thomas. Thomas wiping his brow, getting ready to go again. And the kick and deal on the 3-2. That one popped up shallow left field. Womack hustling in. He's going to move over into shallow left center. He'll put the mid up and make the catch there. So 1 down. Womack getting some action here tonight so far. I believe that's the 3rd catch he's made on the evening. Indeed, as I look through the scorebook. So Ben Johnson will be the next batter. Josh Womack got some action in the All-Star game. Got to play for a little bit there. We should take a look at the box score from the All-Star game. Johnson on the night went 0 for 1. Womack on the night went 0 for 1. So he did get a little bit of playing time in the All-Star game back in Carolina. Now stepping in, Ben Johnson, and he takes the first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Young Chi Chen in the ball game for the All-Star team. Went 0 for 2 back there and sailed. Walked once, ended up scoring the first run of the ball game. And the 0-1 pitch. That one swung on right off the end of the bat. That's going to fall for a base hit in the left center field. So a couple of hits here for the Quakes in the 4th. One of them being a home run. Michael Collins will be the batter now. Of course, big Michael Collins. Not a guy you want to miss with here at the plate. He's pretty dangerous. Hasn't been the stellar defensive catcher that the Quakes were hoping for. But he is pretty good with the bat. Coming into tonight, 4 for 27 against the 66ers. He's now 4 for 28 as he is 0 for 1 here in this ball game. And the set and deal to Collins. That one is right across the letters. Good for a strike. Over the last 10 games for Collins, 10 for 36 with a 277 batting average, 6 ribbies, and 5 strikeouts. And he's currently on a 4-game hitting streak coming into tonight. but he has not had a walk in 5 games. So that does not show patience, if anything. The 0-1. Line drive down the left field line. That is a fair ball. That is going to be told as it goes deep into the corner down there in left field. Heading around second and going into third is Ben Johnson. He's going to be held up heading around third base, and kind of wonder what the heck happened there. He should have scored easily on that play. As the ball got lost down there in left field. Womack picking it out nicely, though. But Bobby Mitchell, the manager, holding up his runner, coming around third, Ben Johnson. A double for Collins. He misses an RBI. Omar Falcone going out to talk to Justin Thomas. Well, just as we start the inning and I start to talk up Justin Thomas having a great game so far, he gets up 3 hits here in this effort. Now the 16th double on the year for Michael Collins, and Cliff Remley will be the batter. Well, runners at second and third, and the Quakes are looking to get back into this ball game. There's one down. Now the home plate umpire wants the chair in the bullpen area, but the 66ers moved out of the way. So Remley, left-handed batter, stepping in. He's the first baseman for the Quakes. So it's a lefty-lefty matchup here, and the first pitch is a check swing. That's going to roll into the dugout of the Quakes. He'll bounce off the netting over there and bounce out. Remley struck out in his first at-bat tonight, struck out swinging. Actually had to run down to down to first base. And he was put out 2-3 by Omar Falcone. 0-1 here to Remley. And the pitch. That one is in there for a strike. Nice pitch on the outside corner, a fastball. So Ben Johnson over there at third, Michael Collins on second. Justin Thomas taking a while, looking in. Now set up at the chest and deal home on the 0-2. That one swung on, fouled back to the fence. Now with runners on base, Remley batting .259 this season. He has 25 RBIs, though, in the situation. 30 for 116, so he's had plenty of opportunities. And he has driven in some runs, but only a .259 batting average. And the deal on the 0-2 again. That one's a high fastball, swing and a miss. Kind of hard to believe Remley even went after that pitch. And here's Drew Toussaint. Nice job there for the starting pitcher for the 66ers, Justin Thomas. So 2 down here. That's going to bring up Drew Toussaint. No strikeouts on the air. That is going to be the 33rd for Cliff. So Toussaint stepping in. He's a right-handed batter. And he Ks quite a bit as well. No stranger to the old strikeout. The first pitch to him. That one's on the knees, on the outside corner. Good pitch. And Justin Thomas realized that he got himself into a little bit of trouble here. And he's starting to settle in out there. Or maybe buckle down would be a better term. Falcone sets up away. The 0-1. That is a check swing. I don't believe Toussaint went around. They're not even going to bother to look, but a new baseball might come into play due to the fact that that ball went into the dirt. So runners at second and third with 2 down. And in this situation, Toussaint only batting .143, 3 for 21 with 6 RBIs. Well, not much of a clutch hitter up here at the plate right now. The 66ers could get out of trouble with those kind of numbers on the other side. 1 ball and 1 strike. Thomas wants to go through another set of signs with Omar Falcone. Johnson takes his lead from third. Collins away from second. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on. That's fouled back to the screen. A lot of strikeouts for Drew Toussaint this season. He strikes out just a little over every 3 at-bats. But doing pretty well against the 66ers here this season. 7 for 18 coming into tonight. Overall, 7 for 19 if you had the at-bat into from tonight. A .388 batting average. Thomas taking his time. Now he's ready to go. Falcone sets up away in the 1-2 pitch. That one's a breaking ball. Just missed outside. Just a little tight break there from Justin Thomas. Couldn't get it over the plate, but man, just missed by an inch or 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 down. Runners at second and third.
Yeah, we're going to go to the batting cage.
Thomas looking over at first base. And now he'll deal home. And there's a soft ground ball at the third base line. That'll go foul. Drew Toussaint had his first extra base hit in his last ball game on the 24th of June. That was his first extra base hit in 7 ball games. And the next pitch, swung and missed, strike 3, and that's going to be it here. The Quakes will only get 1 run. That run coming off the home run to lead it off. Sean Rodriguez really blasted one over the left field wall, a no-doubter for him. But, man, the Quakes were threatening there at least. They could have got a couple more runs, but a couple of strikeouts here to end things for the Quakes. And nice pitching there by Justin Thomas, really to bear down and come out and get those guys. So 6-1 the score. 66ers in the lead. We're heading to the 5th.
The first Farmer Boys Restaurant opened in the Inland Empire in 1981 with a single premise: serve generous portions of freshly prepared food and serve it quickly. The concept worked, and now Farmer Boys has grown to over 50 locations throughout Southern California. Their menu features more than 75 freshly prepared items, including burgers, sandwiches, made-to-order salads, onion rings, and fried zucchini. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Farmer Boys. Fresh food, fast. Father's Rights Legal Office specializes in custody, visitation, support, and DA issues. Help is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Information at 909-838-5696. Father's Rights Legal Office, because kids need their dad.
So just how has Irma Thomas, New Orleans Queen of Soul, kept her voice in tune for nearly 50 years?
I've never been a smoker or a drinker, so my biggest vice is eating, and my other vices are all grown.
I'm Scott Simon. Irma Thomas, her vices and virtues, her new album, plus all the week's news, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Saturday morning on KVCR, San Bernardino.
6-1 Inland Empire in the lead, and we're going to head to the top of the 5th inning. A long 4th inning there. 3 runs coming in to score for the 66ers, and the Quakes were threatening, but they only come up with 1 run, a home run by Sean Rodriguez. And that was a deep blast to the left field. Pretty good shot there by Sean, his 15th of the year. So 6-1 lead for the 66ers, and Chris Colton will lead things off. He'll be followed up by Andy Hargrove, and then Josh Womack will come up to the plate. Got to go check out the new Padres baseball park, Petco Park, during the break. What a beautiful stadium that is. And the first pitch here. And that one's hit high and deep in the left field, but that one's going to fall before he gets to the wall. Might be a double here for Colton as he's around first base already, heading into second. And they put a lot of topspin on that ball and dove down really quickly. But it was hit really hard by Colton. Colton leads things off here with a double in the top of the 5th inning, and the 66ers back to work at the plate. Colton has 2 hits here in the ballgame, a single and a double. Well, things have not been going good for the Quakes overall, and they lurched into the vacation, having lost 16 of its last 19 games and 12 of its last 13. Included in the run were 7 straight losses to the High Desert Ball Club to close the first half. And the first pitch to Hargroves, down low for a ball. Rancho Cucamonga has currently dropped 5 in a row. The Quakes have also lost a team record of 11 straight games to the mound. Of course, that eclipsed the previous record of 9 straight losses to Stockton between 1993 and 1994. 9-game losing streak over 2 seasons. So Andy Hargrove looks at the next pitch, a breaking ball right at the letters over the plate. Good for a strike. DeMart out there, the pitcher. He's the second pitcher here in the ballgame for the Rancho Cucamonga team. And a 1-1 pitch coming up to Hargrove. And there's a swing and a foul ball that's going to bounce over by the Quakes dugout. The Quakes have scored a grand total of 65 runs in their last 19 games, an average of 3.4 runs per game, and have scored 3 runs or less in 11 of those 19 ball games. So really the team's struggling. And like I said, their last win coming against Lake Elsinore all the way back on the 19th of June. The 1-2. A breaking ball. Boy, was that a fatty. And that one missed outside. Man, if that one would have caught a little bit of the plate, I wouldn't doubt to see Andy Hargrove really try to launch that one. But it was well outside. That was just one of those hanging breaking balls that hitters salivate over. Here's the 2-2. There's another breaking ball, and that's fouled away off the right field line. He's going to get into the picnic area down there. That pitch was a little bit off the plate, but a little bit more hittable than the last pitch before that. Hargrove put a little bit of a slap on it, trying to get a hold of it, but I tell you what, that pitch comes over on the inside part, and somebody's going to do some damage with it. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Hargrove again. Samard sets, checks second base, and he deals home in a check swing, and this one's a ground ball over to third base. Sandoval tries to tag Colton going by. He's going to just go ahead and run in and throw the ball over to first and get Andy Hargrove there. Now the question is Chris Colton out or not? I don't think Colton is out. I believe Sandoval missed him. Sandoval over there talking to the base umpire again. That's the second play tonight. So those guys have had a question about a tag with a runner with a ground ball hit to Sandoval. So Colton moves up to third on the play, a 5-3 putout for Andy Hargrove. And Womack will be the batter. Womack's 2 for 2 here in the ball game. Well, Womack, one of the original 66ers here this year. And the first pitch to him, that misses away. Infield playing in for the Rancho Cucamonga Ball Club. All the way around. Everybody's in on the grass. 1 ball and no strike to Womack. Left-handed batter facing a right-handed pitcher. Colton with his lead from third, and the pitch is lined down the third base line. Foul. Womack on the year batting .288. This is the 60th game he's played in for the 66ers. New baseball into play. 66ers as a hitting team are third in the league with a team batting average of .282. That's probably going to go up after tonight. The 1-1. That one's way inside. Collins comes up though, and diving back into third is Colton. He's in there safely. Sandoval laying the tag down out there. Chris Colton back up, taking his lead from third base. 2 balls and 1 strike to Josh Womack. And the 2-1. That one swung on, tipped into the glove of Collins. So that's going to be strike 2. So a 2-2 count here. Womack on the year with 22 RBIs. Looking for number 23 here with only 1 down. Now the home plate umpire cleaning up the plate. I don't know if that ball might have got a piece of Collins. I thought Collins held on to it. Usually you see an umpire go out and clean a plate during the middle of an at-bat. Usually means the catcher got a little nick. And he seems to be fine back there, and we're back to baseball with a 2-2 count and 1 down. Here's the deal. That's a breaking ball. Swung on, hit hard into the stands. Look out over there. And that was a breaking ball, and Womack really unleashed. And I don't know if it got anybody. I don't see anybody hurt. Usually see a big crowd standing up if somebody around there got injured. Hopefully it just got a seat. Pretty good crowd here on a Thursday, and Usher going over there to check on everybody. And man, the whole baseball team from the 66ers went out of the dugout to check. That ball was hit so hard. So a 2-2 count again here with Colton at third base and the deal. That one is outside for a ball. So fastball that misses there. Samard steps off the mound, adjusts his hat, and now he's back up on the hill. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So a big pitch coming up here. Doesn't want to walk Womack. The breaking ball swung on. That's hit over to the right side and foul. That one does not get into the stands. So 3 runs in the first inning for the Sixers. 3 runs in the 4th inning for the Sixers. Total of 11 hits for the ball club here tonight. And they got all over the starting pitcher, Francisco Rodriguez, really fast. Infield still playing in. 3-2 count with 1 down. The pitch home, and there's a breaking ball. Swung on, hit well out to right field. Going back on the ball, Spooler. He will not get to it. It's over his head and off the wall. Coming in to score easily is Colton. Around second base is Womack. He's digging hard for 3. The play at third, and no. They hold on to the ball and the cutoff man. Womack is in with a triple. So another run in for the 66ers, and it's going to be 7-1 here. With Chris Colton coming in to score, another RBI on the board for Josh Womack, is 23rd of the year. Man, Womack 3 for 3 here in the ball game. A couple of singles, and now a triple. And that'll bring up Jeffrey Dominguez, the new ball player to the 66ers. I had the luxury of picking up Dominguez yesterday from the airport. And it's kind of funny. You go to the airport to try to pick up one of these guys, and the first pitch to Dominguez misses low with Womack at third base and one down. You go to the airport, and you really, if you haven't seen these guys before, you don't know what they look like. You just kind of go out to the airport, and you hope to find them. A 1-0. And that one's popped up shallow center. Hurrying in is LeBlanc. He might not get to it. He does, just barely. Womack does not even bother to tag. And now the ball almost gets away from Collins. A hard throw in from LeBlanc. But Womack's going to stay over there at third base. Well, the ball was hit so shallow, really Womack had no need to try to tag up, knowing that he wasn't going to try to come home. LeBlanc unleashes one, and it goes well to the right of the catcher Collins. Luckily, Collins was able to run it down, though, before it got away from him. Another out here. Man, LeBlanc really had a long way to go to get to that one. And that's going to bring up the top of the order Brent Johnson, who has 2 hits here in the ballgame. So you try to find these guys out at the airport, and you just look for somebody that looks like a ball player. And what else can you go off of? First pitch to Johnson, misses low for a ball. So 1-0. It's funny, I just happened to pick out the right kid. 1-0. That one's down low for a ball. Never seen Jeffrey Dominguez before in my life. But as soon as I saw him, kind of had an idea who it was. Tall, thin. I knew he was an infielder. Said, well, he's probably at least a thin guy. Probably has some speed on him. And the 2-0. That one is in there for a strike. That one hit the inside corner. Johnson doesn't like the call. He thought it was a little bit low. You know, we're not like chauffeurs going out there with our whiteboard signs. We've got to hunt these guys down. The 2-1. Breaking ball. That one hits the outside corner for a strike. So it's going to be 2-2 here to Johnson. Got a runner at third base and Josh Womack. Back up on the hill, Samard holds the baseball behind his back. They'll set out the chest and the 2-2 pitch. That one is just outside. Brent Johnson looked at it for a long time. He was hoping the home plate umpire would not ring him up on that one. 3-2 now. And the 3-2 pitch. Now it's a breaking ball. Swung on, tapped up the third baseline. Sandoval backing up, and it's going to be a foul ball called by the home plate umpire. I thought that was fair for sure. In fact, Sandoval was in fair territory when he caught the ball. And I guess the ball was over the third base line on the other side in foul territory. But Johnson's going to walk back down the line, and he'll get ready to go again here. 1 run in here in the 5th for the 66ers. 7-1 the score. Sixers in the lead. No home runs here for the Sixers ball club, but they have done some damage. A lot of hits, 12 hits in the ball game. And Samard will deal, and that one is swung on. Line drive into right. That's going to drop for a base hit. Coming in to score from third base is Womack, and Brent Johnson's going to have another hit, his third of the night. It's going to be 8-1 now. 66ers all over the Rancho Cucamonga pitching. Johnson with another single. This time he gets an RBI to his credit as well. Johnson on the year with RBIs. That'll be his 27th. And Casey Craig stepping in. Casey Craig is 3 for 3 here in the ball game. Johnson with his lead from first, and the first pitch is on the inside corner. Good for a strike. Casey Craig looking to go 4 for 4 if he can get another hit here. This kid played in the All-Star game for the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers. That one's way inside. I believe that got a piece of him. It did. Craig tried to bounce out of the way of it, leaped into the air, tried to have the ball miss him. And might have got him on the thigh or the knee area. So Johnson will go up to second base, and Casey Craig is on as he is hit by a pitch. Omar Falcone on deck with Ronnie Prettyman stepping in. Runners at first and second and 2 down. Prettyman has a hit here in the ballgame, officially 1 for 2. He had a sack bunt back in the first inning to move runners up to second and third. Open stance for Ronnie. Wears those blue socks all the way up to his knees. And the first pitch, that's way inside. Well, right-handed pitcher Samard coming in really deep to two left-handed batters, and you got to wonder if he's trying to get these guys off the plate. And the 66ers are spraying the ball all around here tonight. 1-0. And the next pitch, that one is on the inside corner for a strike. So Samard, that time hit in a good spot. And it's now 1-1 to Ronnie Prettyman. Well, the 66ers wearing their road red uniforms. Haven't seen too much of the gray this year, only twice. They've worn the actual gray uniforms. They've been wearing those batting practice tops most of the time here on the road this year. And the 1-1. That one's way outside. Collins didn't like the call, so he's going to go ahead and go out to the pitcher Samard and talk about the program here, see what they're going to do on their next pitch. Collins done out there at the pitching mound. He'll come back behind the plate. Well, you must have heard of by now about the tirade of the manager of the Asheville Tourists, John McCulloch. He went on one heck of a tirade, and you've probably seen it if you're a sports fan of any type. The 2-1. Swung on, fouled away down the left field side. Now the manager got in the umpire's space to argue a call in a game against the Lexington Legends. McCulloch dove into second base and then picked up the bag and showed it to the umpire. He later threw various objects that include the base, bats, and the rosin bag as well. He also kicked some dirt on home plate. This guy was really ticked off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ronnie Prettyman with runners at first and second. And the deal home. There's a breaking ball swung on a soft roller. Second baseman Leahy will field it. Toss over to Rodriguez covering at second base. And that is going to take care of the inning here. I want to get back to this angry manager when we get back here in the bottom of the 5th inning. But the 66ers come up with a couple of runs. We're going to head to the bottom of the 5th as the 66ers are up 8-1.
For 60 years, Best Western has provided rooms that fit your budget. When traveling this summer in California, Hawaii, and Nevada, you're invited to participate in the Best Western Hotel Travel Card Plan and the Baseball Fan Rate, which provides special offers. Experience this summer with the Best Western Hotels of California, Hawaii, and Nevada. Information available at bestwesternbaseball.com.
Hospitals can be very scary for children, but at Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, they understand the need to provide a cheerful and friendly environment to each child. From cuts to transplants, they treat each child with love, concern, and personal attention. Loma Linda University Children's Hospital is committed to the children of Southern California. Information at 1-800-825-KIDS.
This is Kathleen Taylor, inviting you to join us as we look at an unusual word and its kin, shampoo and more. That's coming up on the next Word for the Wise.
Friday morning at 8:36 on KVCR San Bernardino.
Justin Thomas back out on the hill for the 66ers as we get ready to go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Sixers are up 8-1 in the ball game. Coming up for the Rancho Cucamonga Ball Club, it's Brian Leahy, Cody Fuller, and Josh LeBlanc. So 8-9-1 in the lineup for the Quakes. Their one run coming off a Sean Rodriguez home run to lead things off in the bottom of the 4th. Leahy struck out in his last at bat, went down swinging. One of 8 strikeouts for Justin Thomas, who is off to a great start here this evening. The only miscue was that home run by Rodriguez and a quick fastball inside to Ryan Leahy. It's 86 miles an hour on the speed gun, but man, it looked a lot faster than that. So before we went to the break, I wanted to tell you about the angry manager as the next pitch misses away. And of course, for the Asheville Tourists, the guy that just went bonkers on the field. 2 balls and no strikes to Leahy. The deal by Thomas. That one is in there for a strike, so it's going to be 2-1. Well, Joe McCulloch got in the umpire's face to argue a call in a game against the Lexington Legends. McCulloch dove into second base, then picked up the bag, showed it to the umpire. He later would throw objects, including the base, some bats, the rosin bag, and he also kicked dirt all over home plate. He actually got behind home plate at one time. He was trying to show an umpire how to make some calls. And the video is pretty hilarious. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's the great thing about video, man. You can see just about anything these days. You're not going to miss a beat, especially in a sporting event. The 2-2. That one swung on and there's strike 3. Second time Leahy has struck out here tonight, and the 9th strikeout overall for Justin Thomas. Well, the South Atlantic League suspended McCulloch, who said in a prepared statement, quote, it was just frustration and they obviously went too far. Well, yeah. The temper tantrum cost McCulloch a 7-day suspension and a $1,000 fine for the incident. And the first pitch from Thomas over to Cody Fuller misses a little high. Fuller is struck out here in the ball game. Well, get this, a rival team has latched on to this tirade by the manager McCulloch of the Asheville Tourists as the next pitch is swung on and missed. And they are now having what is going to be called with a 1-1 count here. It's going to be a anger management day being put on by this baseball club as the next pitch misses high. We're going to have base throwing, dirt kicking, and all kinds of other activities on the field on Anger Management Day. It should be a fun night for the Augusta Green Jackets. That's the team that's putting on the program in Augusta, Georgia. 2 balls and 1 strike to Fuller. And the next pitch, that one's on the inside corner for a strike, so it's going to be 2-2. Playing off Sunday's meltdown by McCulloch, the single-A ball club Augusta Green Jackets announced this week that their September 3rd game against the Tourists will be anger management night. The 2-2, that one's way inside. Fans will compete in base-blowing contests and receive free stress balls. They are also told to relieve frustration any way possible during the night. And the 3-2 pitch. That one is a breaking ball, misses away. Only the second walk of the night here, thrown by Justin Thomas. Scratch that, only the first. I had to look back into the scorebook to make sure. Only the first walk of the evening. They're also going to be giving away DVDs on anger management on that evening. Just the Green Jackets getting a little funky with this thing. On hand that night for the promotion, there's going to be psychologists available for fans to talk to as the bunt's laid down. Grabbing the baseball, Ronnie Prettyman throws on the run. The ball is caught by Andy Hargrove. And man, what a play as Joshua Blanc is out over there at first base. Ronnie Prettyman really throwing on the run. Ronnie's all the way down by home plate right now after landing. He actually had to throw that ball off balance. Now, wait a minute. I thought the umpire said he was out. No, he said he was safe. All right, well, I got my signs mixed up. Either way, nice play there by Ronnie Prettyman. Coming in very hard to get that baseball and throwing on the run. Hargrove ended up catching the ball. Well, I guess I just went ahead and tried to be umpire myself right there because I thought he was out. So LeBlanc safe at first. Cody Fuller moves up to second base, and it's going to be a base hit. So here's Sean Rodriguez, the guy that blasted a home run into left field. So at the ball game, there's going to be psychologists on the concourse to console fans, or fans need to talk about anything during anger management night. And the team will also make an intern available. If anybody wants to get something off their chest, they could hollow at the intern. That ought to be fun. Poor intern. And the pitch to Rodriguez. That one is in there for a strike, right at the knees, outside corner. Rodriguez here in the ball game, 2 for 2. He has a home run on the night and a single. There are a couple of runners out there for him right now. Rodriguez batting out of the 2-hole, but he leads the team in home runs. The 0-1. That one is on the outside corner. Good first strike. Kind of odd to see your home run hitter, or the leader in home runs on your team, batting out of the 2-hole. Usually you reserve that spot for the 3 or 4 man, maybe even the 5th guy in the batting order. But hardly ever the number 2 hitter. 0-2 to Rodriguez, and the deal here with one out. There's a breaking ball, and this is high. Well, at one point in the season, Rodriguez has really had a pretty good year for himself, batting .289 overall. And that home run was his first extra base hit in 4 games. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch here, and that's down low for a ball. Rodriguez at one point, to start off the season, reached base in 15 straight ball games. Now it's just to get the season going. 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Rodriguez. Holds that bat straight up and down, has bent knees, and the 2-2 pitch. Now inside for a ball, and this is low. Omar Falcone coming out of his crouch as if he wanted to throw. Back on April 30th, Rodriguez went 4 for 5 against Lancaster. Just missed a cycle by 1 triple on the night. Had a double and a home run and a single, but did not get the triple. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. That one is called. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Rodriguez doesn't like it, man, and he is letting the umpire know about it. Not really barking at him or anything, but he is indeed gesturing out there, letting the umpire know that he missed the call. Man, Rodriguez has really struck out a lot this year. His 79th strikeout. This is the 73rd game of the year. So Rodriguez goes down looking. Well, not too bad. 72 strikeouts, and the guy's still batting .289 on the year. And if he could cut those strikeouts down, even by a third, put that ball into play a little bit more, that'd be something else. So the 10th strikeout, scratch that, the 11th strikeout of the night for Justin Thomas. And the first pitch to Sandoval's on the outside corner, a breaking ball that just caught the outside part of the plate. So 0-1 here. Sandoval 0 for 2 in the ball game. Sandoval with an open stand. Thomas checking second base. He'll deal home on the 0-1. That ball is popped up. That's going to get over on the roof as it gets out of play. Freddy Sandoval, switch hitter. 6'2", 205 pounds. 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. 8-1 66ers in the lead. Sandoval looking for his first hit of the night. Runners at first and second. The 0-2 pitch swung on. That's foul off down the right field line. That'll get out of play. 8 runs and 13 hits for the 66ers. For the Quakes, it's 1 run on 5 hits. They have an error in the ball game. Justin Thomas has struck out the side once here tonight, but man, a lot of strikeouts overall in the evening. 11. The 0-2 pitch. That one is in the dirt, blocked by Falcone. Runners at first and second hold their spot. You got Joshua Blanc over there at first base, Cody Fuller at second. Over the last 10 ball games, Sandoval 7 for 32 at 12 strikeouts, 11 walks, and 5 runs scored. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the deal with 2 down. There's a swing and a miss, and there's another strikeout. And this time Justin Thomas strikes out the side again, the second time of the evening. And that is the 12th strikeout of the night. We're through 5 innings. That is not looking good for the Rancho Cucamonga Ball Club. They have struck out quite a bit so far here this evening. 8-1 the score. 66ers in the lead as we head to the 6th.
Hello, I'm John Fisk. When I got my GED, I thought that was as far as life would take me. But then I discovered the fine arts at Craftsman's College. Through my instructors, I've learned to dream big dreams and the skills to make them real. And I've actually turned my whole life around at CHC. No matter who you are or where you've been, you can better yourself through education. You can make a difference in your family and in your community. All you have to do is make the choice. I hope you do.
Enhancing your life with quality education.
Romantic, magical, rousing. Join Andre Rieu and the Johann Strauss Orchestra as they captivate Dublin with their musical charm. It's a delightful evening of beautiful waltzes and stirring marches that you will not soon forget. Andre will put a smile on your face and capture your heart. Don't miss Andre Rieu, live in Dublin.
Friday night at 8 on KVCR TV, Channel 24.
Now that Superman has returned, on the next Fresh Air, Jack Larson talks about playing Jimmy Olsen in the original Superman TV series. He has a cameo in the new movie. I'm Terry Gross. Join us for the next Fresh Air.
Friday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
New pitcher in for the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, Mike Pete, will be making an appearance here. He has pitched in 24 games so far this year for Rancho Cucamonga, so making quite a few appearances for this ball club. Numbers go like this: 2 wins and 1 loss, a 5.24 ERA. He has pitched in 34 1/3 innings. He's given up 40 hits. He's faced 140 batters. He has a 286 against average. Has given up 24 runs, 20 of them earned. He's given up 3 long balls, walked 21, and he's struck out 15. There you go, the numbers on the new pitcher, Mike Pete, in the ball game. He's a lefty. He'll be throwing for the Quakes here against Omar Falcone, Jack Arroyo, and Chris Colton for the Inland Empire 66ers. 8-1 the score, 66ers in the lead. And the first pitch to Falcone misses away. And Rancho Cucamonga not doing very well, in danger of losing their 6th game in a row. And their first after the All-Star break. The next pitch misses low and away as well. And Mike Pete not hitting his spots to get started here in the top of the 6th inning. Now the 66ers are here for 5 games, the ever-popular 5-game series. A swing and a miss there by Falcone. Kind of wondering what the heck happened there. Mike Collins, the catcher, spun all the way around after that swing and miss by Omar Falcone. I don't know if he spun around that fast just to get a baseball for the home plate umpire, or if the ball actually got a piece of him. I'm thinking the ball got a piece of Collins, but he seems to be okay. Might have hit off his chest protector. Here comes the 2-1 from Pete. That one is, well, somewhere. Missed inside, I guess. Sitting right behind home plate here. Don't like to do the umpiring from this far away, but that one looked good. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss. That'll be 3 balls and 2 strikes to Omar Falcone. Falcone doubled back in the first inning. He struck out twice since. And the 3-2. That one's way outside. Collins had to get up out of his crouch and catch the ball backhanded to make sure that one didn't go back to the screen. A walk here for Falcone, and Jack Arroyo will be the batter. Arroyo taking a slow walk up to the home plate area, looking down at Gary Thurman. Arroyo played second base in the 9th inning back on the 24th against Modesto. That's the last time he saw any action for the 66ers ball club. In the Modesto series, went 2 for 3. Jack, a right-handed batter, waits his first pitch, and here it comes. That one's down low for a ball. Collins running around back there trying to hold the ball in front of him. He does so. Omar Falcone not going anyplace. So Falcone staying at first. 8-1 the score. 66ers in the lead. 66ers doing pretty well here in their last few ball games. Nice to see them coming back out and hitting after the break as well. Usually a team might go into a lull after that. Got to get the engine started again as the next pitch misses away. Not an easy thing to do, but a bunch of new guys, bunch of new faces in here for the 66ers. Start off the second half. Well, kind of the second start of the second half, I guess. The 2-0. That's outside for a ball. The Sixers have won their last 3 ball games. The last loss they took was against High Desert. That was in that final game of that series on a Wednesday, the 3-0. That one's on the inside corner. Good for a strike, so it's going to be 3 balls and 1 strike here. Nobody down. Runner at first base, Omar Falcone. Jack Arroyo looking for his first hit of the night. Well, the first half officially ended back on the 19th of June. And the 3-1. That one's called for a strike on the inside corner as well. Well, 2 pitches, the same spot, both of them being called strikes. So a 3-2 count now to Arroyo. And of course, with the All-Star break on the 24th through the 29th, kind of like stopping the engine for a little bit and starting back up. Here's the 3-2. That one's low for a ball, and this time Arroyo takes off. And he'll go ahead and make it up to first base. So
Runners on base again here for the 66ers, and immediately the pitching coach for the Quakes goes out there, Eric Bennett. He's going to talk to his pitcher, Mike Pete. So the infield's coming in on this conversation. Everybody wants to get in on it. See exactly what's going on, and Leahy with a hard pat in the rear end of Mike Pete. Leahy says, let's get this thing going, man. Get out of here. Get back up and start swinging the sticks. Chris Colton with a couple of hits on the night, a single and a double to his credit, and grounded into a double play back in the third inning. So Colton, as Mike Sager said a little bit earlier, team's going to be looking for some power out of him. Well, he has 2 home runs this year, especially with Mike Wilson and the rest of the power guys being gone. And Colton swings and misses at the first pitch he sees. Looked like a fastball low and away. Well, Colton on the road this year, batting .244, 20 for 82, and of course he's going to see some more at bats, and hopefully he'll get a little bit more comfortable in every situation. The 0-1. That one swung on. That's tapped foul at the plate. Colton in the month of April batted .228, got a little bit better in May with a .258 mark, and then in June has really slumped off, batting .158. He can wrap it up nicely here. He can go on a little bit of a hitting streak. Colton, a good guy. I'd like to see this guy succeed in baseball. I'd like to see him do well. And of course, he's already at the single A level, the high single A level. That's success in my book. A lot of ball players will never make it here. Here's the 0-2. That's outside and low. Backhanded by Collins. Collins, for a catcher, he has 10 errors this year. I was looking that up earlier. Kind of surprised to see 10 errors for Collins. Don't like to see that out of your catchers. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the deal home. There's a big fat breaking ball. That's called strike 3. Colton knew it. He just started to walk off before the umpire even made the call out there. He goes down looking. It'll be 1 down. Runners at first and second base. Really kind of hard for a catcher like Michael Collins, or any catcher for that matter, to have 10 errors already here this deep into the season. Of course, the 66ers are playing in their 76th ball game of the year. But to have 10 errors for a catcher, that's tough. Must have made a lot of throwing errors, I would assume. Here's Andy Hargrove. First pitch to him, swung on, tapped up the third baseline. It's going to roll foul. Gary Thurman, the manager for the Sixers, will grab it and throw it into the ball boy. Hargrove, only time he's reached base so far tonight, he walked. Came home on an error by the pitcher. Hargrove looking to get on a board with a base hit. 13 hits for the 66ers here tonight. Here's the set by Mike Pete. He'll deal home on the 0-1. That one swung on a miss, a high fastball. Man, Andy Hargrove really leaned into that one. Trying to put that one over the left field wall. Well, the city lights lit up here behind Rancho Cucamonga's ballpark, the epicenter. Of course, a nice suburban area here in Rancho. The 0-2. That's a breaking ball that misses away. Good placement there by the pitcher, Mike Pete. Don't want to come in on an 0-2 pitch. Let a guy get a hold of one. Seen that a couple of times this year on an 0-2. Guy coming in and a batter just wailing on it and sending that over the fence. The 1-2. That's way inside, and man, that might have hit Andy Hargrove as he swung and missed at the baseball. That might have been a slider. It came boring in. Hargrove swung at it, and that might have got a piece of his chest. I'm not sure. Of course, Andy, a big dude out there. 250 pounds, and he's probably a little bit more than that. And if you want to hit a guy, he'd be the guy to hit. I mean, he's an easy target. Whole lot of guy out there. And now coming out is the manager from the dugout, Eric Bennett. He wants to talk to the home plate umpire, see exactly what happened on that. I'm kind of wondering myself. And if the guy swung and missed, and the ball hit him, that's a strikeout. It doesn't matter. I mean, maybe he fouled it off, and maybe that's the contention from the home plate umpire. He might have fouled the pitch off, and then it went into his chest. I don't see how it could happen. But anyway, Andy Hargrove is still going to be at the plate. Manager Eric Bennett just wanted to get an explanation, and I don't blame him. Because if you swing and miss at a pitch, and it hits you, you're still out. Or it's still a strike, depending on the count. Runners at first and second with 1 down. The pitch. Swung on, hit well into left center field. This one's going back. Trying to run it down to LeBlanc. He's at the warning track. He looks up. It's off the wall. Coming in to score is going to be Omar Falcone, and Jack Arroyo chugging into second base with a stand-up double as Andy Hargrove, and 2 more runs are in for the 66ers. Andy Hargrove showing some power there. For a moment, I thought that one might have gone over the fence. There's a double-decker fence here, but the first fence was about maybe 10 to 12 feet high out there in left center field. It has a yellow line going straight across that, and that's the home run fence. If the ball goes over that fence, then it's a home run. And then, of course, there's the extra fence, which has some more signage on it here in Rancho. So Falcone and Arroyo both come in to score, one right after the other. They're about 5 feet apart. And Andy Hargrove has his first hit of the night, a double with 2 RBIs. Here's Womack swinging and missing at a slider away. So the 66ers now have 2 more runs, number 9 and 10. And it's 10-1. The 0-1 swung on. A ground ball over to the second baseman, Leahy. He'll be up with it. Throw over to first base, and that'll take care of Womack. Well, that'll be the second out. Womack down on a 4-3. Womack coming into that at bat was 3 for 3. A triple and 2 singles. Here's Jeffrey Dominguez. Dominguez looking for his first hit of the year with the 66ers and his first night with the team. So Dominguez, the switch hitter, will bat from the right side now. And the pitch to him is down low. So Dominguez moving around. He's a right-handed thrower, so I would guess this is his power side or his better side to hit from. His more natural side, the 1-0. Swung on and missed. That pitch was low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Andy Hargrove with those RBIs has his first 2 of the year with the 66ers ball club. And here's the 1-1. That one's low and away. Collins with the backhand out there. And not hold on to it. It scribbles away from him just a touch, and he'll run it down. That moves the count to 2-1. Well, Dominguez reached on a fielder's choice back in the 4th inning, came around to score. 3 runs coming in to score for the Sixers in the 4th, and the 2-1 swung on line, driving to left. There's a base hit and an RBI for Jeffrey Dominguez. He rounds first base hard, and he has his first hit as a 66er this year. So another run up on the board for the 66ers, and it's 11-1. Well, the route is on here. Man, the way Justin Thomas is pitching, the Quakes are in deep trouble. And Quakes have been in some trouble for a while now. They've lost 5 in a row. They've lost 11 in a row at a high desert. Really just have not playing good baseball in a while. So Dominguez with that single and his first RBI. Well, congratulations to him. Here's the leadoff hitter, Brent Johnson, and he takes the first pitch low and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, good crowd here on a Thursday night. Thirsty Thursday in Rancho. The 1-0. That one is on the outside corner for a strike. Well, Dominguez with some speed over there, but probably won't be taken off due to the fact that the 66ers are up by 10. And the 1-1. That one is in there right at the knees. Good pitch to Brent Johnson. So that's a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Johnson with a single in the first, a single in the second, and a single in the fifth. So he has 3 hits here. He's 3 for 4. Grounded out 5-3 for his only out of the night. A breaking ball. That misses in. 2-2 now to Brent Johnson. And Johnson, a highlight for the 66ers so far this year, batting .295, a slow start in the month of April, but man, once May came around, he really turned it on. And now that it's hot outside, this guy is really on fire. And the 2-2 pitch, swung on, fouled away down the right field line. That's a high pop. Hit well out of play, though. If you're out there on the concourse, you might want to watch out. That ball will come and get you. Collins going out to talk to Mike Pete. A little conversation before we get going again here. Now, even with an 11-1 score, the crowd seems to be having a good time out here at the Epicenter. Brent Johnson waving the bat across the plate. Right-handed batter swings a maple-colored stick. And the 2-2. Swung on a miss. There's strike 3, and that's going to do it for the 66ers here in the top of the 6th inning. But 3 more runs come in to score for the Sixers ball club. They now lead the game 11-1.
Saturday, September 30th, join KVCR at Riley's Farm in Oak Glen for an old-fashioned good time. Our guests will take hay rides, pick apples, dip candles, make apple cider, and throw an axe. A barbecue dinner will be served with live music and a local history lesson. After a fresh apple pie dessert, we'll clear the barn floor for square dancing and give away prizes and hold a raffle. That's Saturday, September 30th. Call 800-828-4558.
Why did GM scrap the EV1, its first electric car? I'm Ira Flato. Join me on the next Science Friday for a conversation with the director of the new movie, Who Killed the Electric Car? Plus a bird flu update and new research showing that crops may not fight global warming as much as we thought. That's on Talk of the Nation from NPR News.
Friday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Father's Rights Legal Office in San Bernardino, helping with child support issues, assistance with wage garnishments, document preparation, and providing attorneys if needed. Information at 909-838-5696. Father's Rights Legal Office, because kids need their dad.
Well, good evening. Bill Burns back with you here at the Epicenter in Rancho Cucamonga. 11 strikeouts for tonight's starting pitcher for the 66ers. Justin Thomas having a great game, and that actually is the season high for 66ers pitcher, 11 strikeouts. The previous high, of course, being 10. And Justin Thomas, the lefty out there warming up as we get ready to go into the bottom of the 6th inning. 66ers up 11-1 here in the ball game. 11 strikeouts, and I believe that's a team high, not only a player high. I'll have to look through the game notes here really quick to find out exactly what those numbers mean, but I know 11 strikeouts, the high for the 66ers, and coming up to the plate, we got Ben Johnson, Michael Collins, and Cliff Remley. And the first pitch is on the inside corner for a strike. That ball just keeps boring in on right-handed batters. Man, they've been having trouble with it all night long, and the pitch right there is the same one, just keeps coming on in. The 0-1. That one's down low. Falcone with the block. Well, most strikeouts in a game for the 66ers, an individual high, has been 10 by Bayo. So that is indeed an individual high, not a team high for the 66ers. I believe the team high is 15. I'll have to run that one down as well. The 1-1 swung on. That's fouled away down the right field line. So the 66ers doing very well here in the strikeouts this evening. At least Justin Thomas is striking out the Quakes very nicely. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ben Johnson. He has one of those strikeouts here tonight. In fact, as I take a look at the lineup, the only batter that has not struck out has been Michael Collins. The 1-2. That's outside for a ball. And Collins is on deck right now. Collins waiting in the wings. Ben Johnson has a single here in the ball game. He steps out of the batter's box, takes off the helmet, wipes his brow, and he's back in. Thomas will go into the windup. The pitch swung on. That's foul back. That one way in on the hands. Kind of surprised that Ben Johnson even swung at the ball, but he did nonetheless, and the ball went back to the screen. Man, that one might have been able to break the bat of Johnson. Kind of surprised he's not going back to the dugout after that one. So Johnson started the night batting .247. And here comes the 2-2 pitch from Thomas. That one's way outside. Backhanded by Omar Falcone. So 11-1, 66ers in the lead. The batter, Ben Johnson, against left-handed pitching this year, batting .258. Against right-handed pitching, he's batting .241. And the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, just tapped into center field. That's going to be a base hit. Nice job of reach out and touch someone by Ben Johnson. Second hit of the night for him, but he does have 1 strikeout. Michael Collins will be the batter now. So Ben Johnson, the designated hitter for the night, getting his 44th hit, stretched at the 45th hit of the year for the Quakes. Michael Collins will be the batter, and some bullpen action for the 66ers. Get out the handy-dandy binoculars here as Omar Falcone goes out to talk to Justin Thomas. Look through the binoculars and see who's out there warming up. It looks like John Lockwood throwing for the Sixers. So I don't know how much longer they're going to leave Thomas in. The bullpen's been doing pretty well for the 66ers, so a lot of trust in those guys. And, of course, an 11-1 lead. Don't worry about it too much. And here comes Collins, the right-handed batter. And like I said, he's the only one that has not struck out so far against Thomas. First pitch, then this is high. I think you start seeing signs of wildness here from Justin Thomas, but he also showed those signs back in the fourth inning just a touch after giving that home run to Sean Rodriguez, but he settled in nicely after that. The 1-0. That one swung on, tapped foul right off the leg of Collins. Hits his shin and bounces off and rolls up the first baseline just a touch. Well, Collins this year doing very well against right-handed pitching, of course, Thomas being a lefty. Against righties, though, Collins batting .309. Against left-handed pitchers, he's batting .268. Quite a difference there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Collins stands awfully close to the plate. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Line drive down the third baseline. That's a fair ball. That's going to be into the Quakes bullpen area. And around second and heading to third is Ben Johnson. He's going to be waved home. Here comes the throw. And it hops off of Dominguez. And holding on to the baseball is Prettyman. But man, that was a hard hit ball there by Michael Collins, getting it down deep into the corner in left field. And he is on with a double and an RBI. His second double of the night. Ben Johnson scoring all the way from first base. And Collins can hit. No doubt about that. 17th double of the year, his 45th RBI. He's standing out there at second base. The second run in of the night for the Quakes. It's now 11-2. Sixers. Here's Cliff Remley. Remley stepping in with a runner at second base and nobody out. Bullpen get going hot and heavy now for the Sixers, and that pitch is way inside. Getting out of the way as Remley had to pull his hands back in. You don't want to hit your hands. You don't want to get your hands hit anytime. Remley has struck out twice here on the night. The lefty, Thomas, sets and deals on the 1-0. That one is a little bit high for a ball. Remley has not had an extra base hit in 8 games that he's played in. The last 8 games that he's played in. And here comes Scott Budner out to the mound. And he might see something in Justin Thomas's delivery, so he's going to go out there and have a little conversation with the kid. Maybe try to get him back on track here with a 2-0 count being showed up on the scoreboard to Cliff Remley. Drew Toussaint on deck. Now, Thomas with one heck of a night. 11 strikeouts already. And he's just faltering a little bit here. Hard as a young guy to keep with that same motion every single time, and that's what these pitching coach preaches. Throw strikes, move the ball inside and out, and stay with that same windup. Or if you're working on a stretch, use the same stretch every time. Whatever you do, use that same motion. Budner's done. He's going to go back into the dugout with a 2-0 count. Remley. Remley, a left-hand batter. So it's a lefty-lefty matchup here. And the 2-0. That one is on the outside corner for a strike. Nice job there by Justin Thomas to come back with a strike after Budner goes out there on the mound. And the 2-1. That one is just missed. Looks like the same pitch. Well, in the last game that Remley played in, went 2 for 4 against the High Desert Ball Club. Had a couple of RBIs on that night. 3 balls and 1 strike. That was all the way back on the 24th, but the All-Star break breaking things up. And the next pitch misses away. So a walk here, and that's the second walk of the night. Pitch by Thomas, and that's just going to be it. Gary Thurman's going to go ahead and get Justin Thomas in his night, and we're going to see a relief pitcher coming in. It's going to be John Lockwood more than likely. He's the only one up there throwing, I believe. There is kind of a partially blocked view out there. So it's going to be Lockwood. Yep, indeed. Lockwood's coming in. 11-2 the score. 66ers in the lead. We're going to come back in the bottom of the sixth and tell you a little bit about John Lockwood.
You wouldn't want your favorite sports team to only play offense or only play defense, would you? Allstate would like you to know they have a plan to combine both home and auto insurance to help serve you. Allstate is there to provide assistance for each client. In Loma Linda, Allstate agent Corey Underwood is there for you at 909-796-0974. At Allstate, you're in good hands. Subject to availability and qualifications, Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
For 60 years, Best Western has provided rooms that fit your budget. When traveling this summer in California, Hawaii, and Nevada, you're invited to participate in the Best Western Hotel Travel Card Plan and the Baseball Fan Rate, which provides special offers. Experience this summer with the Best Western Hotels of California, Hawaii, and Nevada. Information available at bestwesternbaseball.com.
Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
Well, Justin Thomas is done for the night. He goes through 5 complete innings. Pitches into the 6th, but does not get it out as 3 guys have reached base here. Ben Johnson has come all the way around to score from first off the Michael Collins double. And now Collins is out there at second base, and Cliff Remele is on with a walk at first. So runners at first and second with nobody out, and Drew Toussaint coming up to the plate. John Lockwood will be the new pitcher. And he's got one more warm-up pitch, so we'll tell you about John a little bit during this season. 6 wins, 2 losses, a 3.38 ERA. Pretty darn good. Has pitched in 23 games, so tonight will be his 24th. Has thrown 50 and 2/3 innings, given up 38 hits. He has a 215 against average. That's solid. Has given up 20 runs, 19 of them earned. Has given up 3 home runs, has walked 28, and has struck out 47. His last appearance is back on the 22nd of June against Modesto. He threw 2 innings there, gave up 2 hits, a run. He walked 2 and struck out 2 on that night. So John Lockwood's been a pretty consistent pitcher here for the 66ers this year. He's out there on the hill. A right-handed thrower, and he throws home, and there's a swing and a miss by Toussaint. Drew 0 for 2 here in the ball game. So Drew Toussaint batting .323, 6 for 12, and 16 games played against High Desert. And the 0-1. That one is on the outside corner. Good for a strike. A lot of these guys getting a lot of hits against High Desert, but for some reason, the Quakes just can't win against them. At one point during the season, Drew Toussaint struck out 19 times in 11 games. Not fun. And here comes the 0-2 pitch to the right-handed batter. That one is a check swing. Did he go around? He did not. And it's going to be 1 ball and 2 strikes here. Toussaint back in the second inning, flew out to left. In the fourth inning, he struck out swinging. Bent over at the waist, Lockwood holds the baseball in his right hand. Now he'll come set. Here's the 1-2. Swung on, fouled away over to the right side. That'll get over to the concourse area. Against the 66ers this year, Toussaint 7 for 20. He does have a home run against the ball club, though. That home run coming for Toussaint back on the 3rd of June. And the 1-2 pitch. That's a breaking ball. Swung on. Ground ball over to Perdiman. He backs off. The ball hits on his chest. He gets up, throws the ball over to first base, and they're going to get Toussaint by a step over there. But nice job by Ronnie Perdiman to stick with it. Ronnie backed up just slightly. Had the ball hit off his chest. He picked it up and threw. So a 5-3 punt out there, and that's the first out here in the inning. Runners move up. So Collins goes over to third base, and Cliff Remele will move up to second. Here's Ryan Leahy. Cody Fuller, the number 9 hitter on deck. So Leahy has struck out twice here tonight. With one down and runners at second and third. Here's the pitch. The ground ball over to Andy Hargrove. He bobbles. He'll pick it up. Go touch first base, but a run comes in to score. Michael Collins. So another run up on the board for the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. It's now 11-3 Sixers. And Leahy rounds out 3 unassisted, but he gets an RBI on the play. An RBI for Leahy here. That is going to be his 20th of the year. He's going to bring up Cody Fuller. Fuller is struck out and walked. Cody Fuller stepping into the batter's box, swinging a two-tone colored bat. Black on the top, ash-colored on the bottom. And the pitch to him, a big fat breaking ball, and that one's in there for a strike. Runner at third base, Cliff Remley. He moved up on the play. So 2 runs in the score here in the 6th. Looks like more bullpen action. Might be Juan Donier throwing down there for the Sixers right now. Next pitch misses inside to Fuller. Now 1-1. 11-3 the score. Sixers in the lead. Pretty well in command here. Both those runs, by the way, that have come in to score here, are credited both. And this one's hit high and deep out to center. Johnson heading back. He's at the track. He looks up, and that one's over the wall. A home run. Cody Fuller sent one down to deep center field. Really got a hold of that one. Wow. That's going to be a 2-run home run. So 4 runs in here in the inning. That's going to make the score 11-5. That's Cody. He's showing some power there, getting his first home run of the year. RBIs number 17 and 18. We're up to the top of the order here for Josh LeBlanc. 4 runs in now. In the inning. 2 home runs hit by the Quakes here tonight. The other one coming from Sean Rodriguez. 2 down, and the pitch to LeBlanc. He swings and misses. So we go back up to the top of the order. Well, the Quakes are making a little bit of a run here. Sixers only up by 6 now. And the 0-1. That one is in there for a strike. Outside corner, right at the knee. Good pitch. Right where you want to place the baseball. And now Lockwood working out of the windup, and he deals 0-2. That one is outside for a ball. So 4 runs here in the 6th inning for the Quakes. The 66ers have scored in every inning but the 2nd and 3rd. 1 ball and 2 strikes to LeBlanc. A 1-2, and that one's fouled back to the screen. And it'll bounce off the screen, and Rodriguez will grab it. Throw it out of play. Josh LeBlanc, over his last 6 games played, going 3 for 24. Has a hit here tonight, though. So 4 for 26. A 1-2, swung on. Ground ball up the first baseline, foul. 2 down. LeBlanc started the night batting .245. In the month of April, he hit .216. Then in May, .244. And then in June, .274. So slowly but surely creeping that batting average up. Yeah, better to go up than to go down when it comes to that. The 1-2. Swung on. Hit well down the right field line, but that's curving foul. It'll be into the seats down there where nobody sits right now. And they have a big crowd, though. Those seats still up. Usually on a Friday and Saturday night, you'll see those seats get full down there. Nice thing about those seats down the right and left field line here in Rancho is they're angled towards home plate. 1-2 pitch misses low. So it's now 2-2. You know, nobody warming up now for the 66ers. I believe Juan Donier was up there throwing for a little bit. But he is either done warming up or not going to come into the game at all. One of the two. Next pitch misses inside. So that'll make the count full here to LeBlanc. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 down. 11-5. Sixers in the lead. And going into the windup is Lockwood, and that one is swung on a miss. Strike 3, and that'll be the first strikeout of the night for Lockwood. And the second strikeout of the night for Josh LeBlanc. Well, we're through 6 innings. 11-5 the score. The 66ers in the lead, and Mike Sager is going to be back to take you through the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Right here, right now, Toyota Redlands, Toyota Redlands.
Toyota of Redlands is pleased to once again partner with the California League's Inland Empire 66ers. Toyota of Redlands is located at 1139 West Redlands Boulevard with a showroom of Toyota cars and trucks as well as certified pre-owned Toyota vehicles. Open 7 days a week. As part of the local community, Toyota of Redlands believes in personal relationships. Information available at toyotaofredlands.com.
Hello, my name is Yolanda. Because of San Bernardino Valley College, my dreams to be successful in scientific fields will someday come true. I love math and I would love to create and invent things. I have a small child and expecting my second. At first, I was intimidated about going back to school, but Valley College helped me learn about all the possibilities out there for me and my family. Thank you, Valley College. I am deeply grateful.
Enhancing your life with quality education.
This week, a Prairie Home Companion heads out to Salt Lake City, and joining us, singing songs from their fabulous new duet album, Linda Ronstadt with Anne Savoy, the Zozo Sisters, and also Ramblin' Jack Elliott. Guy Noir will be there too, Prudence Johnson, the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, and of course the news from Lake Wobegon. A Prairie Home Companion live from Salt Lake City.
Friday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Well, hello again, everybody, and I'd like to thank Bill Burns for allowing me to come back and do a couple of innings. Boy, was that a long middle three. Well, the Sixers tonight, at least to this point, have not missed Young Chi Chen, nor Mike Wilson, nor Marshall Hubbard, nor Matuiasa Sopo, as they have been able to build a lead which is right now 11-5. And into the top of the 7th inning we go, where it'll be Casey Craig, Ronnie Prettyman, and Omar Falcone. On the hill for the Quakes, left-hander Mike Peet, the second reliever tonight. By the way, we can close the book on Justin Thomas. 5 innings, 4 runs, all earned, 11 strikeouts, and 2 walks as Craig takes ball 1. Lockwood allowing 2 of the inherited runners, well, both inherited runners to score. Next pitch to Craig, lefty versus lefty, and that's inside to the backstop, 2-0. Casey with 3 singles tonight. Scored in the first inning, knocked in 2 in the 4th, and he was hit by a pitch. And in fact, they're going to say he was nicked by that last one. So he is hit by a pitch for the second time tonight. Looked like he got out of the way, and evidently it must have just grazed his uniform. So he's aboard to start the 7th. And here's Ronnie Prettyman, 1 for 3. Inland Empire, 15 hits tonight. They got 3 runs in the first, 3 runs in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 3 in the 6th. And Pete's first pitch to Prettyman is fouled back into the screen, 0-1. By the way, I forgot to mention earlier tonight, spending so much time at the top of the broadcast talking about Young Chi Chen moving up, and just some odd decisions by the Mariners over the last few weeks in regard to this ball club. But Matt Rogelstad is back. Of course, he wasn't gone very long. Pete's pitch outside almost got away from Collins, and the count 1 ball and a strike. You know, it's kind of funny is that Gary Thurman thought that the Sixers would get Jeff Dominguez, who they ended up getting anyway, but they were a player short. So they thought they would get Dominguez, as a curveball is outside to Prettyman, 2-1. Well, as it turns out, Rogelstad comes back to fill the empty spot on the roster, and the Sixers do get Jeff Dominguez, but it cost them Young Chi Chen. Outfield straight away, and the 2-1 delivery to Prettyman, low and outside, 3-1. Well, let's see if we can pull up the big league scoreboard and let you know what's going on tonight. Of course, we'll have a final look at the scores during the post-game show tonight. We can tell you in the Cal League, High Desert trails in Lake Elsinore 5-3 in the 9th. Prettyman, it's a fly ball the other way to left field. Drew Toussaint is there, and he'll make the catch for the out. Craig back to first, 1 away. And the batter, Omar Falcone, who doubled in 2 in the first inning, struck out in the third and the fourth, and then walked and scored the first run last inning. San Jose 4-1 over Modesto. They're in the top of the 8th. And Stockton 6-3 over Bakersfield in the top of the 4th inning. We'll start to give you some big league scores here in just a moment. The pitch from Pete. Falcone lines it just past the second baseman Leahy to his right. It is out into center where it's fielded by LeBlanc. And after taking a big turn at second base, Casey Craig is back. So Falcone with a single. Omar came in 3 for 28 in the month of June. And he has 2 hits and 4 at-bats tonight. So here's Jack Arroyo. 16 hits for the Sixers, who, by the way, were only hitting .241 over their last 12 games on the road. They were hitting .267 in the month of June, which was the 3rd lowest in the league. And Arroyo, who's walked twice, 0 for 2 officially, takes on the outside corner from Mike Pete, 0-1. Pittsburgh beat the White Sox 7-6. Freddy Sanchez, a walk-off 9th inning home run for the Bucks, who win for just the 27th time in 80 games. The next one is fouled off to the right, and the count to Arroyo 0-2. Brewers over the Cubs 5-4. Mark Pryor the loss, 0-3 now. Oakland in 14 innings winds up a 6-5 winner down in San Diego on a bases-loaded walk. San Francisco beat the Rangers 2-1 up in San Francisco. As Pete's pitch to Arroyo, chopped to the right side. Leahy to second, and the throw gets away. Coming around third is Craig. The throw home not in time, and the Sixers have 2 on, and a run is in. That makes it 12-5 Inland Empire. Could have very well been a double play. Should have at least been 1 out. And it will be scored as a fielder's choice for allowing Arroyo to reach. Falcone into second base on the play. An error on the throw, which allows Craig to ultimately come in to score. So it has not been, well, not only has it not been the night for the Quakes, it has not been their month. Remember, coming in, they had lost 5 straight and 16 of their last 19, and now down 12-5. We're going to have a pinch hitter. J.B. Tucker is going to hit for Chris Colton, and I don't know if there's either something wrong with Chris or Gary Thurman just wants Tucker to get an AB here, because Colton was 2 for 4 with an RBI, including a double. So Tucker at the plate. He'll just slide into that DH spot. And Mike Pete's first pitch to him swung on and missed, 0-1. Good to see Colton getting a couple of hits because, as I mentioned earlier tonight, that is a bat the Sixers are dearly going to need to be successful at all this half since they've lost so much of their offense. Colton, one of the more experienced guys and a guy who does have pop in his bat. J.B. Tucker, 9 for 48 so far, with a home run and 6 runs batted in. Right-handed, of course, as Pete, with runners at first and second, misses outside. 1 ball and a strike. Cincinnati beat Kansas City 6-5. Ken Griffey Jr. hitting a home run for the 4th straight game, giving him 16 on the year. Adam Dunn hit number 25 for the Reds as Pete's changeup swung on and missed, 1-2 to Tucker. Seattle won again. How about that? Mariners have won 5 straight, 3-2 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Eddie Guardado picked up the win in relief. Mariners got 2 in the 9th. Outfield straight away, 1 out, 2 on in the 7th. And a check swing by Tucker. Did he go? No on the appeal, according to Ryan Stockdale, the base umpire. 2-2. Arroyo at first, Falcone at second, and a run is in. Toronto beat Washington 8-4. Roy Halladay winning his 10th. Philadelphia shut out the Orioles 4-0. As Pete's 2-2 to Tucker is just a bit inside, off the glove of Collins. No advancement by the runners, though, and the count now full 3-2. Boston beat the Mets 4-2 at Fenway. as Kurt Schilling improves to 10-2. And how about the Red Sox? They've now won 12 straight. 48-28 on the year. 3-2 will check the runners. They are not going, and it's outside ball 4. That's going to load them up with one away. So Falcone moves down to third. Arroyo up to second. Tucker now at first. And here comes Hargrove. Andy with a 2-run double last inning has also walked tonight. 1 for 3, and he was robbed of a hit back in the first inning when right fielder Cody Fuller made a great head-first diving catch. So go over very easily. Could be 2 for 3 tonight instead of 1 for 3. And the first pitch to him swung on and missed, 0-1. You know what's kind of interesting about the Sixers? We've talked about the clutch hitting this year, and they've done a pretty good job. As a team coming in, they were hitting .301 with runners in scoring position. That's the second best in the league. But they have the second worst batting average in the league with the bases loaded. They're only hitting .222 in 72 at-bats with the bases loaded. And the only team hitting worse than that is the High Desert Mavericks at .203. A strike one pitch. That one's in there for another strike, 0-2. Doesn't seem to really make a whole lot of sense. The league average with the bases loaded is .265, so the Sixers are more than 40 points under the league average. Strike 2 on the way to Hargrove. Check swing. He went around. Strike 3. And he thought he held up, but not according to Jonathan Conrad. And that is the third strikeout from Mike Pete tonight. That'll bring up Josh Womack. Josh, who has really been struggling of late, but has had a good game tonight. 2 singles and a triple in 4 at-bats. He has scored twice and knocked in a run. Going into play, Womack was hitting .095 in his last 6 games. The pitch to him is hit foul, third base side, in and out of the Quakes dugout. And let's see, with the 3-hit effort tonight, we'll check Womack's multi-hit chart. And we can tell you it's his 20th multi-hit game. It would tie his season high in hits. It is the 8th time this year he has had 3 in a game. So batting with bases loaded, a run in. And the Sixers up 12-5 in the 7th. Pete set at the belt, left-hander back to the left-hand hitting Womack, and that is low. 1 ball and a strike. We just finished giving you the scores interleague play, which will finish after this weekend. It will be done for the year. And there was a story written by Jason Stark on the ESPN website as Pete's pitch is up and in 2-1, talking about how much the American League has just annihilated the National League in interleague play this year. You know, through last night, the American League had a record of 127 and 75 against the National League this year. Womack swings at an outside pitch, 2-2. That's a .629 winning percentage. And if a team played at a .629 clip over an entire Major League season, they'd win 102 games. That tells you how dominating the American League has been this year. 2-2 pitch on the way to Womack is lifted in the air to right center. It's playable, though. Josh LeBlanc, the center fielder, calling for it and makes the catch. So that'll do it. The Sixers get kind of a gift run, but they'll take it as they add to the lead. 1 run on only 1 hit, 1 error, and 3 left. We go to the bottom of the 7th here at the Epicenter. It's now Inland Empire 12, Rancho Cucamonga 5.
It's time now for the Old Time Gospel Hour with Jerry Falwell.
When Jerry Falwell started a ministry and a school, he thought that pastors should stay away from politics. That changed.
Welcome, commencement speaker for the class of 2006, Senator John McCain.
I'm Steve Inskeep, 50 years of preaching and politics. Tomorrow on Morning Edition from NPR News.
KBCR, San Bernardino.
At Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, they're committed to providing your child with advanced care as the only children's hospital in the Inland Empire. From cuts or broken bones to cardiac care and transplants, the medical staff at Loma Linda University Children's Hospital attends to each child with love, concern, and personal attention. Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. Information at 1-800-825-KIDS.
Each Farmer Boys Fastrant offers fresh food fast and features a variety for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, providing made-to-order meals served directly to the table. Popular menu items include burgers, freshly made salads, specialty sandwiches, and their signature side orders, onion rings and deep-fried zucchini. Drive-through and carry-out service is available. Farmer Boys, fresh food, fast.
Well, tomorrow night, here at 7:05, it'll be Jose Arredondo, the starting pitcher for the California League in the All-Star game a couple of days ago. He goes for the Quakes, and Sean Nottingham will be on the hill for the Sixers. We'll have it for you beginning at 7. Tonight, the first of a 5-game series. Rather unusual. You don't see very many of those at all. In fact, I can't remember the last time the Sixers were involved in a 5-game series. Now, over the years, it was not entirely uncommon to have at least one 7-game series, which is extremely odd. But the Sixers do not have any series like that this year. Of course, the Quakes did. Down the stretch in the first half, they had those 7 straight against High Desert, and they lost them all. And while the Sixers were struggling, that allowed the Mavericks to tie for first. And, of course, the Sixers won the tiebreaker last week to win the half. So the Quakes coming up in the bottom of the 7th, trailing by the score at 12-5. You want to hear a rather shocking, I don't know if it's shocking, surprising, or mind-boggling, or all of the above. But for one, talking about the Quakes and allowing runs, as Lockwood gets a strike into Sean Rodriguez, who is singled, homered, and struck out. Rodriguez hitting his 15th home run of the season. Swung on and missed high fastball, and the count now 0 balls and 2 strikes. Rodriguez, by the way, came in tied for 4th in the league in home runs with 14. And he would be second among Angels minor leaguers with his 15 now. Next pitch misses, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rancho Cucamonga has not won a game, as Lockwood's 2-2 is fouled back, has not won a game in which they allowed 4 runs or more since they beat the Sixers in that 9-8 game here on June the 4th. So each of the last 14 times that the Quakes have allowed more than 3 runs, they have lost. Lockwood's 1-2 inside to the backstop. Almost clipped Rodriguez, 2-2. And for the season, the Quakes this year, when they allow more than 3 runs, they have a record of 7-39. Now, you could see allowing 6, 7, 8 runs a game, but just 4 runs or more. Rodriguez chased a horrible pitch outside, and he strikes out. So he has fanned his last 2 at-bats. Lockwood with number 2 himself tonight. And here comes Freddy Sandoval, who has fanned twice in between a fly out to left. Sandoval hitting just .219 over his last 10 games. Now, his average in the month of June was over 300 going into play. I'll get back to that Jason Stark story here in just a moment, as Sandoval takes low, but I was checking the internet during the break between the innings and came across a story I think you'll be interested in hearing about, dealing with Jose Canseco. The 1-0 from Lockwood is on the outside corner. Jose Canseco today agreed to a contract with the independent San Diego Surf Dogs in the Golden Baseball League. Not only is he going to be their designated hitter, as Sandoval fouls it wide at first base, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Freddy is switch hitter, batting left-handed. And from this side of the plate, hitting .292, from the other side, .294. Jose Canseco is also going to pitch for the Surf Dogs. Off speed from Lockwood is outside, 2-2. Now, I think a lot of people still remember his ill-fated attempt at pitching several years ago when he was still in the big leagues. He ended up hurting his arm as Sandoval fouls it back to third. He is going to make his Surf Dog debut on July the 3rd. That big league pitching appearance that Jose Canseco made was on May 29, 1993 for the Texas Rangers. 2-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back. Bill passing me a note. The Surf Dogs, the same team that Ricky Henderson played for. I think that was the last team that he played for. Anyway, in Jose Canseco's only professional pitching appearance, that 1993 game, he walked the bases loaded, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs. Sandoval fouls another one back. He'll be playing for the league maximum, which is $2,500 a month. Ricky Henderson played for the Surf Dogs last year. Canseco hasn't played in the big leagues in 5 years. A 2-2 from Lockwood. Curveball and a beauty over for a called strike. Lockwood has fanned 3 in a row. And Sandoval, a strikeout victim in 3 at-bats tonight, has a word or two with the plate umpire before heading back. And let's see for Sandoval. His strikeout high is 4. And he did that on the 17th of this month against the Mavericks. So here's Ben Johnson, who has 2 singles and a strikeout. Came in batting .247. He, too, a switch hitter who will bat from the left side. And the first pitch from Lockwood is upstairs, 1-0. Going into play tonight, Johnson, over his last 10 games at the Epicenter, was hitting 108. 4 for 37, and he's 2 for 3 tonight. Next pitch is downstairs, so the count 2-0 with the Sixers up 12-5, bottom 7. Earlier this year, Jose Canseco was playing in a Sunday adult baseball league where they use aluminum bats. That's kind of scary. Curveball on the inside corner, and the count 2-1 to Johnson. I will get back to that Jason Stark story about the American League's dominance over the National League and Interleague play this year, probably at the top of the next inning since we have 2 outs here. Pitches in, and the count 2-2. Michael Collins on deck if Johnson can get on base. We have some action down in the Sixer bullpen down the right field line, as Lockwood's 2-2 delivery is a ground ball wide at first. Nice pick by Hargrove. Overhands to Lockwood covering, and they get the out 3-1. So the Quakes gone in order. We go to the 8th inning with the Sixers up 12-5.
Next time on The World, an American actor and musician gets into the mind of Frederick Chopin, and what a stormy place it is.
Anger, passion, fury.
Hershey Felder's passion for the music of Chopin is at the heart of Felder's new play. I'm Lisa Mullins. We get inside the life of a musical legend, Chopin, and the day's news next time on The World.
Friday afternoon at 2 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
You wouldn't want your favorite sports team to only play offense or only play defense, would you? Allstate would like you to know they have a plan to combine both home and auto insurance to help serve you. Allstate is there to provide assistance for each client. In Rialto, Allstate agent Todd Hagee is there for you at 909-820-7373. At Allstate, you're in good hands. Subject to availability and qualifications, Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
On the next Weekend America, this farmer had no idea he was living on America's first coast-to-coast highway.
Look right here.
You gotta be kidding. I know.
It turns into Newark, and then it's through the Rahway.
Okay.
And that's where we are, right? 26.
Well, yeah, but it says Lincoln there. My goodness, I have to apologize about this. I don't believe it.
Before Route 66, there was the Lincoln Highway. Take a ride with us.
Saturday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Sixers starter Justin Thomas striking out 11 tonight, in line to improve his record to 3-0 since making the jump from the Midwest League. And by the way, those 11 strikeouts, in looking back in the Sixer media guide, I know it's the most strikeouts by a Sixer pitcher since 2004. Ryan Rowland Smith, in a July start, in 2004 struck out 12 batters. But I'd have to actually go back and look through the box scores to see if any Inland Empire pitcher struck out as many as 11 after that Roland Smith start. So I can't say for sure that the 11 strikeouts are the most since that Ryan Roland Smith game, but chances are pretty good it is. But we can't quite make it official. Top of the 8th inning, Jeff Dominguez leads off. Dominguez 1 for 4 tonight, and he takes a pitch outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Number 9 hitter, just up from the Midwest League. And he's got Johnson on deck and then Casey Craig. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that is high. 2 balls and no strikes. Joe Torres on the hill for the Quakes now. Torres, the one-time number 1 draft pick, who's had arm problems, lost velocity, pitches outside 3-0, and it's kind of interesting. It's been a long time the Angels have continued to hold on to Torres, even though he has not shown any signs at all of regaining his form that made him a number 1 draft pick, and he just missed high to walk Dominguez on 4th. Jeff has reached to start the 8th inning, and here comes Brent Johnson, who is 1 hit away from tying his season high. He's got 3 singles tonight. 1 run and 1 RBI. His hitting streak at 8. And during those 8 games, 13 hits in 35 at bats, 5 RBIs, 5 runs. Anyway, back to the topic, the American League versus the National League this year. This is the 10th year of interleague play. As Torres pitched to Johnson is on the outside corner. No balls, 1 strike. And there has never been a year in which either league steamrolled the other league like the American League is doing this year. The strike 1 pitch, Johnson takes high, and the count 1-1. The most one-sided before this year was the first year of interleague play in '97 when the National League won at a 547 clip over the American League. Torres missing way outside with a curveball, 2-1. Through yesterday, 5 American League teams had better than 800 winning percentages in interleague play. The Red Sox, Tigers, Twins, White Sox, and the Mariners. The runner not being held at first, that's Dominguez, as the pitch way outside to Johnson, 3-1. The only 2 previous years in which even 2 teams from the same league won 75% of their interleague games, 97 and 99. Torres' pitch is low, ball 4. So he's worked the 2 batters in the 8th. He's thrown 1 strike and has walked 2. And now Casey Craig, who has been on base all 5 trips, 3 singles, 1 driving in 2 runs, and he's been hit by pitches his last 2 times up. In '97, the Marlins and the Expos were both 12-3 against the American League. And in '99, the Astros were 12-3 and the Padres were 11-4. And you wonder, too, this year if the Royals and Tampa Bay are maybe not in the wrong league. Torres pitches a chopper hit slowly to the right side. First baseman Cliff Remolay will feed Torres, who just does beat Casey Craig to the bag. So the put out 3-1 moves the runners up 90 feet. Dominguez at third, Johnson at second, and here's Ronnie Prettyman. Ronnie with all the offense tonight has had a somewhat quiet evening. He's 1 for 4, though he did have a key sacrifice that set up the first 2 runs in the first inning. Ronnie just 7 hits, well, actually make it 8 hits over his last 48 at-bats. Came in hitting .284. The last time his average was that low to start a game was following the night of April 25th when he was at .279. Infield is in, and Torres' pitch is up and in, 1-0. Through yesterday, Kansas City and Tampa Bay were a combined 18-11 against the National League, but 41-85 against their own league. A 1-0 pitch from Torres. Prettyman takes on the inside corner with a changeup, 1-1. Which gives those 2 teams a chance to join a rather bizarre list of teams that couldn't even play .400 percentage baseball against their own league, but played .600 or better against the other league. The 0-4 Devil Rays As Torres comes back with a 1-1, Prettyman fouls it back 1-2. Tampa Bay in 04 was 15-3 against the NL, an .833 winning percentage. They had a .385 winning percentage against the American League. That same year, the Brewers were 8-4 against the American League, but had a .396 winning percentage against the NL. And in '99, the Marlins beat the American League at a .611 clip, but they played at a .369 winning percentage against the National League. Timeout now asked for by Prettyman. The Royals, with a rather grotesque .274 winning percentage when they play against their own league, have a chance to obliterate the record for worst record by a team that won 60% of its interleague games. And then you have the opposite side, as Michael Collins will now go out to the mound. The Cardinals, Reds, Phillies, and Diamondbacks all have winning records against their own league, which would be the National League. They were a combined 21 games over 500 against the NL heading into play today. But through last night, those same teams were 29 games under 500 against the American League. Ronnie Prettyman back in the box. Sixers up 12-5 here in the 8th inning, trying to win their 4th in a row as Torres pitched, swung on and fouled back, still 1-2. With the Sixers having swept Modesto, it's the first time since that 9-game winning streak in May that they've won as many as 3 straight. And the last win of that 9-game winning streak was on May the 28th. So this is the first time in 25 games they've won 3 straight. Needless to say, a win tonight would be their first 4-game winning streak since that 9-gamer. Outfield straight away. Torres working very deliberately here in the 8th inning. And the left-hander's 1-2 to Prettyman, lifted into right center. That should be deep enough to get one home. Going way back in the alley is the center fielder, LeBlanc. Both runners will tag as the catch is made, and the Sixers get another run to go up 13-5. So Ronnie Prettyman with a scoring fly ball. He's had a sacrifice and a sacrifice fly tonight. Brent Johnson now at third with 2 outs. And the batter will be Omar Falcone. That is the 3rd scoring fly ball for Prettyman this year. Chen, the team leader, of course he's no longer with them, but he had 5. And Falcone, well, it's been feast or famine for Omar tonight. A 2-run double, a walk and a run and a single, but in his other 2 at-bats he is fanned. And he takes outside from Torres, 1-0. Joe Torres, 2-2 this year with a 6.18 ERA in 28 games. The league isn't really hitting much against him, only a .232 batting average as he misses down and away 2-0. But coming into play, Torres had worked 27 2/3 innings. He had walked 38 batters while fanning 30. A lot of strikeouts and way too many walks. The 2-0 pitch. And one is low, and it's now 3-0. Mike Carreño had been down in the Sixer bullpen, but I noticed looking down there now it is Mumba Rivera who is loosening up. The 3-0 on the way. Falcone takes, and it's inside. So he's walked twice tonight. He does get a fair share of walks. He's got 18 of them in 33 games this year. Here comes the manager, Bobby Mitchell, and that is all she wrote for Joe Torres. 3 more walks to give him 41 on the season in just a handful of innings. 28 1/3. And we will have a new pitcher coming in for the Quakes. And I didn't get a chance to check to see who that was, but we'll find out here in a moment. We'll take a 90-second break. We're in the 8th inning with the Sixers up 13-5. We'll be right back.
Next time on the People's Pharmacy, the topic is indoor air quality.
Have you been sniffling and sneezing because of allergies? Mold and mildew in your cellar or air ducts could be making you miserable.
Are any of the gizmos that are sold to purify room air worth using? We'll get the lowdown from the experts on the next People's Pharmacy.
Friday morning at 9 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Hi, I'm Mark Wahlberg. Next time on Antiques Roadshow.
I found it at my local dump.
Oh, so you're a dump diver?
Yes, much to my wife's displeasure.
This watch was made by the most famous, most important watchmaker of our time.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. That's awesome.
Next time from Providence, Rhode Island on Antiques Roadshow.
Thursday night at 8 on KVCR TV, Channel 24.
Hi, it's Lynn Rossetto Casper. This week we've the true story of a celebrated French chef and the cutthroat business that did him in. We get the lowdown on female cheesemakers and Jane Stern.
Lynn, we found the best lemon icebox pie in Atlanta, but they make one a day.
Join us at the Splendid Table, the show about life's appetites from American Public Media.
Sunday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Right-hander Rafael Cruz is in the pitch for the Quakes. So they started with Francisco Rodriguez, who gave up 10 hits, 6 runs in 3 1/3. Michel Simard went an inning and 2/3, gave up 3 hits, 2 runs. Mike Pete with an inning of work, and he gave up 3 runs on 2 hits. Walked 2, struck out 2. Quakes have walked 5 tonight. So Chavez on with 2 outs, runners on the corners, and facing Jack Arroyo, who swings away and hits one into right center field. Long run for LeBlanc. It is over his head, off the fence. So Johnson scores, and stopping at third base on the play is Falcone. So Arroyo has a double. Jack now adding that to a couple of walks tonight, and drives in his 5th run in a Sixer uniform. So Inland Empire scoring a couple of runs here in the 8th. They've scored in 5 consecutive innings. 14-5 lead over Rancho. And now J.B. Tucker finishing up in the DH spot. The number 6 spot in the order is coming up to hit. Tucker walked, pinch hitting for Colton last inning. As far as Cruz is concerned, he's only been in a couple of games. 3 total innings, 6 hits, a walk, and a pair of strikeouts. And this would obviously be his first outing against the 66ers. Well, actually, now I look down there, that is Brian Schweiger. So Schweiger is at the plate. And the first pitch to him is a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. So Tucker got the 1 plate appearance, and now Schweiger. The next pitch in for a strike to Brian. Schweiger hitting .387 in 11 games. And facing Rafael Cruz, 6'2", 175 pounds, from Veracruz, Mexico. Signed with the Angels as a free agent 4 years ago. The 1-1 pitch, that's low and outside, so the count to Schweiger now 2 balls and a strike. Well, let's see. For the Sixers, with 14 runs tonight, they would have 11 games this year in which they have scored 10 runs or more. Trying to win for the first time at the Epicenter. This is only their 4th game here this year, though. And the next one to Schweiger, a little bouncer hit to the right side of the infield. Leahy to first, 4-3 to end the inning. 2 runs across, though, and both runners who scored reached because of walks. So we go to the bottom of the 8th. It is now Inland Empire 14, Rancho Cucamonga 5.
Hi, I'm Martha Green. Looking for a little inspiration in the kitchen? Are you searching for some exciting recipes to wake up your family meals? Then join me for Martha Green's Cooking Things on KVCR. I'll share some enticing new recipes and cooking tips in each program, plus some of my own tried and true favorites.
Martha Green's Cooking Things, weekday mornings at 5:33 and 8:33, afternoons at 4:32 on KVCR San Bernardino.
The White House is furious at the New York Times for revealing a secret program to track terrorist finances. Well, this week on Wait, Don't Tell Me, we will expose a government program that plans to seize 25% or more of every citizen's annual earnings. I'm Peter Sagal. Join us for this explosive revelation, if they allow it, on this weekend's Wait, Don't Tell Me, the news quiz from NPR.
Saturday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
This week, a Prairie Home Companion is at Tanglewood with the Waylon Jennings, Robin and Linda Williams and the Hope for Gospel Quartet, Geraldine Steele. And Meryl Streep is with us as Yolanda Johnson of the Johnson Girls, and also to read her favorite American poems. Guy Noir as well, the news from Lake Wobegon this week on a Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino, Riverside.
Right-hander Mike Carino is going to take over. So John Lockwood giving up one run of his own in 2 innings of work. The Sixer bullpen, going back to the start of the Modesto series last Thursday, has been charged with just 2 runs over their last 11 innings. And that after a stretch that saw the bullpen allow 14 runs over 8 2/3 innings of use. Lockwood did give up 2 inherited runners who scored, so it means the pen has now allowed 21 of the last 37 inherited runners to score. That's a high percentage. The Sixers leading 14-5 here as we go to the bottom of the 8th. 13th appearance for Herenio, who has no record. Mike has worked 18 innings and has held the league to a 194 batting average. Has an ERA of 3.50. He's actually walked more batters than he has allowed hits. 16 walks, 12 hits, 14 strikeouts, and a couple of wild pitches. His last appearance, almost a week ago, last Friday night, gave up 3 hits in 2 scoreless innings against the Modesto Nuts. He had been charged with 4 runs, 4 walks against the Mavericks back on June the 20th. That was the first half clincher that the Sixers won 16-10. And he's made a couple of outings against the Quakes. June the 4th here, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs all earned in 2 1/3 innings and a no decision. That was the day the Quakes came back on the 9th inning grand slam and won it in extra innings. And he also pitched a scoreless inning against Rancho on May the 21st down in San Bernardino. Michael Collins, who has 2 doubles tonight, will lead off for the Quakes as we head to their half of the 8th inning. So starting with the number 5 batter, Collins came in hitting .203 in the month of June. And the first pitch is inside, almost got him. Well, yeah, it did. So they're going to say he's nicked by the pitch. That is actually nothing new. That is the 17th time this year that Collins has been hit by a pitch. And you got the team in the Sixers who lead the league in that category. They have now hit 62 in 76 games. And in the head-to-head against the Quakes, this is the 8th game of the year between the two teams. Rancho winning 4 of the first 7. In 8 games against the Quakes, the Sixers have hit 14 batters. And here's Cliff Remole, who takes on the outside corner. They hit 5 in 1 game back on the 19th of May. So Remole, a left-hander, infield at double play depth. Outfield straight away, Herenio from the stretch, and the pitch bounced to third. Great short hop by Prettyman, who goes to second. They get the lead runner. That's the only out they'll get, but a big play by Prettyman, who's made 2 nice ones at third tonight. Of course, we saw Ronnie do that so often in the first half before he and Tuiasa Sopo switched positions. So 5-4, one away for Drew Toussaint, who has gone 0 for 3 with a fly out to left, a strikeout, and then a ground out to third. Toussaint hitting .237 when the night started. That is up. The first time these two teams met, the 3rd week of May in San Bernardino, Toussaint entered that series hitting .203. He hit just .209 in May. He was hitting .284 in June going into play tonight, and he swings and doesn't get it. 4 of his 10 home runs hit in the month of June, though he has not had an extra base hit in almost 8 games. This would be the 8th. We'll have to wait to see what he does here. The pitch on the way. Swung on, a ground ball to short. Dominguez moving to his right, goes to Arroyo. He goes to Hargrove. Double play. Fifth double play that Tucson has grounded into this year. And that'll take care of the Quakes here in the 8th inning. The Sixers have turned a total of 64 on the ground this year. And going into play, they were third in the league in doing that. At the end of 8 innings of play here in Rancho Cucamonga, it's the 66ers 14 and the Quakes 5.
Knowledge is a powerful thing. So here's a financial and educational bit of information. Why not consider getting rid of that old car, truck, boat, or RV sitting in your driveway taking up space? And by doing so, you can help support your public broadcasting station, KVCR, and its vision for the future. KVCR Cars, our car donation program, helps us with much-needed funds to bring you the programs you enjoy. It also entitles you to a tax-deductible donation for the actual sale price of your vehicle. Join your friends and neighbors who share KVCR's vision for the future. Call 877-582-7288 or visit us on the web at kvcr.org. See, you really can learn something new every day.
This is the BBC.
Shanghai.
Venice.
Lagos.
Sofia.
Freetown.
Taipei.
Helsinki.
Overnight on KVCR San Bernardino.
Hi, I'm André Rieu. My orchestra and I enjoyed our visit to Pasadena for 2 concerts last December. Winter in the Netherlands is much colder than Southern California. We will be returning to your sunny state in December of 2006 to perform for you at the Arrowhead Pond in Anaheim. To order your tickets for this year's performance, please call 1-800-533-5827.
Kevin Jepsen. The Quakes are going to go to their bullpen again and bring in the guy that is normally reserved to try to protect the lead. And that would be their closer, Kevin Jepsen, who's converted 10 out of 12 save opportunities, but getting in an inning of work with the All-Star break. Everybody is fresh. And Jepsen will come in and pitch here in the 9th inning with the Sixers up 14-5 over Rancho Cucamonga. And the Quakes would certainly appear to be headed for their 6th consecutive loss. Jepsen's last appearance was on the 22nd, so it has been a week, hence getting into the game tonight. Wound up giving up a run on a hit in 2/3 of an inning against the Mavericks. As the first batter of the inning, Andy Hargrove takes a strike, and it's 0-1. And Jepsen took the loss in that game. Mavericks won it 4-3. Pitch on the way to Hargrove is a curveball inside, 1 ball and a strike. Andy, a 2-run double in the 6th inning, has also walked and scored. He is officially 1 for 4 tonight, and will be followed by Womack and then Dominguez. The 1-1 pitch, fastball low, 2-1. Now, we're talking about interleague play, and a little over a week ago, the Cardinals and the White Sox had a rather interesting series. You know, the Cards just finished careening through an 8-game losing streak against the American League as Hargrove chops it to short. Rodriguez, a long throw, but has plenty of time, and they get the out. 1 out in the 6th or 9th. Josh Womack, a 3-hit game, will climb in. Womack, an RBI triple tonight, has a pair of singles, going 3 for 5. You realize the Cardinals have not lost 8 in a row within their own league in 18 years. That's more than 2,600 games. The Mariners became the first team in this era to win their first 8 interleague games of any year. Well, they haven't won 8 straight against the American League in 3 years. First pitch is outside Womack, 1-0. And it isn't often that you look up almost halfway through a season and find that a starting pitcher who has yet to miss a turn has more wins against the other league than his own. As the pitch is popped foul, left side out of play. So Womack with a count 1-1. Scott Ellerton of Kansas City is 1-7 against the American League this year and 2-2 against the National League. Taylor Buchholz of Houston is 2-6 against the NL, 2-0 against the AL. The 1-1 pitch on the outside corner, 1-2. Then you have the flip side to that. You got Brandon Webb of Arizona, who against the National League is 8-1 with a 2.06 ERA, and against the American League is 0-2 with an earned run average of about 7.25. Last Saturday, Jamie Moyer of the Mariners got an RBI hit at the age of 43 as Jepsen misses outside, 2-2 to Womack. He became the first American League pitcher that old to get an RBI since 1967 when Hoyt Wilhelm did it August the 1st. Jepsen's 2-2 on the way. Womack takes below the knees. Josh now with a full count. Over the last 50 years, the only other pitchers as old as Jamie Moyer to drive in a run in any league were Phil Niekro, Warren Spahn, and Charlie Huff. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that's driven off to the left out of play. And here's a stat that you probably never thought you would read. American League pitchers have hit 3 home runs in interleague play this year. Minnesota Twins designated hitters have 1 home run all year. That's hard to believe. Womack takes at the knee, strike 3. Josh called out on strikes. First time he's fanned tonight. He has fanned at least once in 12 of his last 13 games, though. And with 2 away, here comes Jeff Dominguez, who walked and scored. Walked to lead off the 8th. He drove in a run with a single in the 6th. Sixers have scored in 5 straight innings, but to extend it, they're going to need to get a little 2-out rally going here as the pitch is low, 1-0. You know, the Brewers have allowed hits to 6 American League pitchers this year as the pitch is on the outside corner, 1-1 to Dominguez. On the other hand, Milwaukee's own designated hitters had not hit a single interleague home run, had not scored a single interleague run, and had 1 RBI in interleague play. Pitch swung on and missed by Dominguez, 1-2. We were talking about that White Sox-Cardinals series that they had a little over a week ago, I think it was. Jepsen's 1-2 to Dominguez is in the dirt, 2-2 the count. Well, first of all, you had the start on June 21st by Jason Marquis of the Cardinals. Talk about a fairly ugly pitching line. Marquis that night in 5 innings gave up 14 hits, 13 runs, all earned. Pitches outside to Dominguez, 3-2. Allowed 3 home runs and gave up 8 extra base hits. Now, there are 3 other pitchers in the expansion era as Dominguez swings and misses, strike 3. And we'll get back to that thought in a moment as we go to the bottom of the 9th. Inland Empire 14, Quakes 5.
The diamond industry's done a pretty good job getting guys to spend a bundle on engagement rings, but what are couples spending on wedding rings?
The most for a woman's wedding band, I'd have to say, is about $25,000, $26,000.
$26,000? I'm Tess Vigeland. We price out wedding rings this week on Marketplace Money from American Public Media.
Sunday afternoon at 1 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Most everyone knows someone who is the victim of identity theft. When someone's credit history, social security number, or other personal information have been stolen and used by a stranger. It's a crime that's on the rise. Tune in to Justice Talking this week as we talk about proposed legislation to help millions of Americans deal with this crime. Also, we'll talk about how to protect yourself from having your identity stolen. This week on Justice Talking.
Sunday afternoon at 2 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Hello, I'm John Sisk. When I got my GED, I thought that was as far as life would take me. But then I discovered the fine arts at Crafton Hills College. Through my instructors, I've learned to dream big dreams and the skills to make them real. And I've actually turned my whole life around at CHC. No matter who you are or where you've been, you can better yourself through education. You can make a difference in your family and in your community. All you have to do is make the choice. I hope you do.
Enhancing your life with quality education.
Bottom of the ninth inning, and Joe Warman is going to take over on the hill, so Herenio goes 1. And Warman, appearing in his third game, pitched a scoreless inning and gave up 2 hits against Modesto. That would have been last Friday night. He had gotten into the game the night before and was a little bit wild, got the short hook, but bounced back and had a better outing last time. So Rancho Cucamonga down by 9 and 3 outs away from losing their 6th in a row. They gave up 12 runs at Maverick Stadium, their second to last game. They also gave up 15 to the Mavericks on the road on the 13th, 13 in San Jose on the 10th. So 4 times this month. First batter up, Leahy pops one up into shallow center. It'll be Arroyo, the second baseman, who goes out to get it. And we quickly have 1 out in the Rancho ninth inning. That'll bring up Cody Fuller, who hit the 2-run homer to straightaway center off John Lockwood in the 6th inning. Cody has also walked in fan tonight. Rancho last gave up 10 or more runs at home on May 29th. Gave up 11 to Lancaster. Talking about that ugly pitching line of Jason Marquis from June 21st against the White Sox. As Warman winds and delivers, Fuller takes high, 1-0. 3 other pitchers in the expansion era, which began in 1961, allowed 13 earned runs in a game. Mike Oquist in 97. The 1-0 pitch is on the outside corner. David Wells in 1990, and then Bill Travers in 1977. But no pitcher in the last 60 years managed to give up 13 earned runs, 14 hits, and 8 extra base hits in the same game. Fuller takes a strike. 1-2 the count to the Quakes right fielder. Came in batting 200 in June. And the 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. That one down and away. So the Quakes down to their last out. And with that strikeout, the Sixers have now punched out 15 Rancho Cucamonga batters tonight. The team high for the Quakes is 17, which they did on the 23rd of April in a contest against Modesto. And the Sixer high in that 14-inning game against Lancaster on April 13th, 19 strikeouts. As Josh LeBlanc takes ball 1. Rancho leadoff hitter, 1 for 4 with a pair of strikeouts tonight as 1 hit a bunt single. Warman's pitch outside, 2-0. This would be the 22nd game this year in which the Sixers have struck out at least 10 opposing hitters. And the 2-0 pitch is in for a strike, 2-1. They've had games of 19, 17, and 16 this year. Outfield straightaway, 2-1 to LeBlanc is a foul ball off his foot, left side to the third baseman Prettyman, 2-2. Well, you know, the night before Jason Marquis suffered that drubbing to the White Sox, Mark Mulder gave up 9 runs, which means in the 2 games against the White Sox, Cardinal starters gave up 22 runs, and only 2 other times in the expansion era has any team's rotation coughed up that many runs in 2 games. LeBlanc swings and misses, and that'll do it. Joe Warman strikes out 2 of the 3 batters he faces. The Sixers, 4 pitchers used tonight, strike out 16 Rancho Cucamonga batters. And Inland Empire, after the 4-day All-Star break, picks up where they left off, beating the Quakes 14-5, and they have now won 4 in a row. They have started the second half with a record of 5-1. And the Quakes, who won their first game of the half, have now lost 6 straight, so they are 1-6 in the second half. Rancho Cucamonga has lost 13 of its last 14 and 17 of its last 20. And for the season, their record slips to 33 wins and 44 losses. So things not going well for the Quakes whatsoever here in the early part of the second half. But I guess the key word is it is still early. But you need to pick up the pace before you find yourself hopelessly out in first place. And for Rancho, this would be a low water mark. Looking at their press notes, it is the first time this year they have been 11 games under 500. The Sixers, meanwhile, are now 44-32 on the season. So tomorrow night, Game 2 of this 5-game wraparound set, which will end on Monday night. Game time will be at 7:05, and we will have the broadcast for you beginning at 7 o'clock. It will be Jose Arredondo on the hill for the Quakes, a 4-6 record with an ERA of 2.20, and left-hander Sean Nottingham will be on the hill for the Sixers. Sean 3-6, but he has a good ERA of 3.52. Totals in the ball game for the Sixers: 14 runs on 18 hits and no errors. For the Quakes, 5 runs, 8 hits, and 2 errors. And for Rancho, they have been held to less than 10 hits. Matter of fact, they've had 8 hits or fewer in 6 of their last 7 games. So the two teams have split 8 games this year. The Sixers, after getting swept here in a 3-game series at the start of the month, have won their first game at the Epicenter. And on the road this year, the Sixers now 16-23. The Quakes fall to 1 game under 500 at home. They have a record of 21-22. So we're going to take a break. We invite you to stay tuned for the post-game show. Got some highlights lined up for you, and Bill down there getting a post-game interview, it looks like. We'll be back in just a few.
You've been listening to the California League's Inland Empire 66ers on KVCR. Today's broadcast has been made possible by the support of Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, the only children's hospital in the Inland Empire. By Toyota of Redlands, where personal relationships still count. By the more than 50 Southern California Farmer Boys Fasterods, fresh food served fast. And by Arrowhead Credit Union, serving Inland Empire communities for more than 50 years. Now we invite you to stay tuned for the postgame show, coming right up.
It's time now for the Old Time Gospel Hour with Jerry Falwell.
When Jerry Falwell started a ministry and a school, he thought that pastors should stay away from politics. That changed.
Welcome, commencement speaker for the class of 2006, Senator John McCain.
I'm Steve Inskeep, 50 years of preaching and politics. Tomorrow on Morning Edition from NPR News.
KVCR, San Bernardino.
Having plumbing problems? Is it time for a new roof? Do you have a geyser in your yard every time your sprinklers come on? Well, I'm Matt Levesque, and I've got a new show for you. Listen on Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock to get the answers you need on Construction Zone Radio. Phone us at 1-800-841-1999 and tell us your plight. That's our home repair and remodeling show, Construction Zone Radio, Saturday mornings at 11 on KVCR, San Bernardino, Riverside.
It was another time and another place in American life. It was radio. This is Ed Rothhard inviting you to join me this week as I Remember Radio for the Jack Benny program. That's Jack Benny, Saturday afternoon at 2 and again Sunday morning at 4 here on KVCR, San Bernardino, Riverside, as I Remember Radio.
Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
Stay tuned for the wrap-up of the just-concluded 66ers game, along with a check of the out-of-town scoreboard and a look ahead at the next 66ers game on the post-game show.
Well, the 66ers coming back after the All-Star break, losing yet another player as Young Chi Chen was pulled from the ball club to weaken the lineup. There was no weakness tonight. A 14-run, 18-hit attack, and the Sixers go on to beat the Quakes by the final of 14-5, and it really was a group effort. Brent Johnson had 3 hits. Casey Craig had 3 hits, drove in 2. He had a 3-hit game from Josh Womack. And looking down the lineup card, every starter tonight for the 66ers had at least 1 hit. And the only player who had an official at-bat who did not get a hit was Brian Schweiger, who came up to pinch hit in the 8th inning and grounded out. So the Sixers continue to roll on as they take the opener in the series and make it 4 consecutive wins, their longest winning streak since that 9-game win streak that came in late May. We are working, actually, we have a different recorder that we used for the post-game interview tonight, so Bill's actually still trying to figure out the intricacies of it. So while he's doing that, we can start actually with the post-game highlights, which we normally reserve for the second segment. The Sixers didn't take a lot of time to get the scoring started against Francisco Rodriguez, who had not won since picking up his only victory of the year, a complete game 9-inning shutout. 8 starts in between, and a record of 0-5 with an ERA of more than 7. Well, the Sixers got the early jump. Johnson and Craig started the inning with singles, and after Ronnie Prettyman sacrificed the runners over, the batter was Omar Falcone. Field for 2, and the 3-1 to Falcone is swung on. Little flare into right center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. So Johnson scores. Craig is right behind him. And Omar Falcone into second base with a stand-up double. So the 66ers, 4 batters into the game, have given themselves a 2-0 lead over the Quakes. Well, Jack Arroyo was the next batter up, and he struck out, but that brought up the designated hitter, Chris Colton. The pitch on the way is a soft liner up the middle, but that's into center field for a base hit. Falcone being waved. Here's the throw from LeBlanc, cut off, and the run is in. So Colton with an RBI single. 66ers might have scored more because Andy Hargrove came up with a little blooper into right field. But Cody Fuller on the dead run made a very nice head-first sliding catch, and that ended the inning. Stayed 3-0 for a couple of innings, and then the Sixers added to the lead in the 4th. We don't have the highlights from that inning for you because for some reason the mini-disc recorder did not record the top half of the inning, but we can tell you that Hargrove led off with a walk. Womack followed with a base hit to right field. Dominguez then bunted. The pitcher, Aaron Dondo, he's tomorrow night's starter. Rodriguez picked it up, threw to third, and they had Hargrove out, but he made a low throw that got away from the third baseman Sandoval. So that allowed Hargrove to come in to score. Womack wound up going to third, and Dominguez ended up at second base. So that made it 4-0, second and third. Johnson grounded out with the runners holding, but then Casey Craig got a base hit to right field to drive in 2, and the Sixers lead was 6-0. After a base hit by Prettyman, Rodriguez was lifted, and Michel Simard then came in to pitch. Well, the Quakes finally got on the board, and certainly there was no doubt about it. The sound of the bat and whatnot, talking about Sean Rodriguez leading off the 4th inning against Sixer starter Justin Thomas.
See if he can keep it going. So the lefty delivers on the 2-1. That one's hit high and deep to left. Forget about it. That one's gone.
So Rodriguez with the home run, his 15th of the season, and that put the Quakes on the board as they trailed the Sixers by the score of 6-1. Inland Empire came back and got a couple of runs in the 5th inning. Inning started with a double by Chris Colton, and after Hargrove grounded out, moving Colton to third, the batter was Josh Womack.
Infield still playing in. 3-2 count with 1 down. The pitch home, and there's a breaking ball. Swan hit well out to right field. Going back on the ball, Spooler. He will not get to it. It's over his head and off the wall. Coming in to score easily is Colton. Around second base is Womack. He's digging hard for 3. The play at third, and no. They hold on to the ball on the cutoff man. Womack is in with a triple.
Well, Womack would score just moments later thanks to leadoff hitter Brent Johnson.
And Simard will deal. And that one is swung on. Line drive into right. That's going to drop for a base hit. Coming in to score from third base is Womack. And Brent Johnson's going to have another hit, his 3rd of the night.
So the Sixers with 2 more runs that inning. That gave them 8 in the ball game. and they led the Quakes by the score of 8-1. The Sixers would add to that lead in the sixth inning. It started with a walk to Omar Falcone. Arroyo followed with a walk of his own. Chris Colton struck out, and the next batter was Andy Hargrove.
The pitch. Swung on, hit well into left center field. This one's going back. Trying to run it down to LeBlanc. He's at the warning track. He looks up. It's off the wall. Coming in to score is going to be Omar Falcone and Jack Arroyo. Chugging into second base with a stand-up double is Andy Hargrove, and 2 more runs are in for the 66ers.
Well, after Womack followed the double with a ground out, the batter was Jeff Dominguez, playing in his first game since coming up from Wisconsin.
3 runs coming in to score for the Sixers in the fourth, and the 2-1 swung on line, driving to left. There's a base hit and an RBI for Jeffrey Dominguez. He rounds first base hard, and he has his first hit as a 66er this year.
Dominguez getting the RBI hit. The Sixers would not score again in the inning. At that point, they had an 11-1 lead. Quakes made it interesting in the sixth against Justin Thomas, perhaps tiring a bit. Johnson a leadoff single, Collins with an RBI double, and after Cliff Remole walked, Gary Thurman went to the bullpen and brought in John Lockwood, who got a ground out by Drew Toussaint, an RBI ground out by Ryan Leahy, but then Cody Fuller hit a 2-run home run off the batter's eye in center field, and all of a sudden the Quakes had 4 runs and made it a little interesting, trailing 11-5. At that point, well, the Sixers got another run in the 7th inning on a throwing error by the second baseman Ryan Leahy. Tried to start a double play at second base. He threw it past his shortstop covering into left field, and that allowed Casey Craig to score. Craig had reached base to start the inning when he got hit by a pitch. Sixers got 2 more runs in the 8th inning. A scoring fly ball by Prettyman brought in Jeff Dominguez, who had walked to start the frame against Joe Torres. And then a couple of batters later, Jack Arroyo doubled the center field to bring in Johnson with a run. The Quakes did not have a single hit in the last 3 innings. Their only base runner coming when Michael Collins was hit by a pitch. Joe Warman came in and got the side in order in the 9th inning, striking out 2. And the 66ers had themselves a victory by the final score of 14-5. So Justin Thomas with the win, strikes out 11. We know it's the most strikeouts by a Sixer pitcher since late 04. Ryan Roland Smith in July that year had a 12 strikeout game, but we'll have to double check from that game until the end of the year to see if any other Sixer pitcher struck out as many as 11. But Thomas with his career high in strikeouts, now 3-0 since coming up from the Midwest League. The losing pitcher is Francisco Rodriguez. His record on the season now 1 win and 8 losses, and he is 0-6 in 9 starts since getting his only win of the season. 3 hours and 28 minutes was the time of tonight's ball game, and the paid attendance at the Epicenter was 3,263. So again, the Quakes losing their 6th in a row. They're 33-44 on the year. The Sixers winning their 4th straight, and they are now 44-32 on the season. We'll take a break. I think we've got this thing figured out. Hopefully when we come back, we will have our post-game interview for you.
So just how has Irma Thomas, New Orleans Queen of Soul, kept her voice in tune for nearly 50 years?
I've never been a smoker or a drinker, so my biggest vice is eating, and my other vices are all grown.
I'm Scott Simon. Irma Thomas, her vices and virtues, her new album, plus all the week's news, Saturday and weekend edition from NPR News.
Saturday morning on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Saturday, September 30th, join KVCR at Riley's Farm in Oak Glen for an old-fashioned good time. Our guests will take hay rides, pick apples, dip candles, make apple cider, and throw an axe. A barbecue dinner will be served with live music and a local history lesson. After a fresh apple pie dessert, we'll clear the barn floor for square dancing and give away prizes and hold a raffle. That's Saturday, September 30th. Call 800-828-4558.
Well, our guest on the post-game show is one of the last holdovers from the first-half team, and we'll see if Seattle's going to move him or not. Wouldn't be surprised the way they've been moving players out of here, but having himself quite a season after getting off to a slow start. Talking about center fielder Brent Johnson. We'll go down to hear what he had to say along with Bill Burns.
Bill Burns along with the center fielder for the Inland Empire 66ers, Brent Johnson. And Brent, you guys come back after the All-Star break, come right back out, put 18 hits, 14 runs up on the board. Must feel nice.
That feels real good. I mean, going into it, you never know. Timing might be off a little bit as far as the hitters. I mean, obviously it didn't really show that. We hit the ball really well. We, took the ball and play, made things happen.
Now, how nice is it actually playing defense behind a guy like Justin Thomas? Really came out here, looked very sharp tonight, 11 strikeouts on the evening. He came out and just threw the ball over the plate, got the guys to swing at it. Must make it easy to play defense out there.
Well, like you said, 11 strikeouts. There's not much, not a whole lot of defense really when you about 5 innings, I think, and 11 strikeouts. That's pretty darn good. But definitely good tempo. Keeps it on our feet, and there's not much you have to do when you're throwing that well.
A lot of players have gone now for the Inland Empire 66ers. A lot of guys moving up to Double-A. Big parts of the lineup. Mike Wilson, Young Chi Chin, who has just left. It looks like you guys are going to be able to fill the void with the bats, but it's going to be tough on the way for the rest of the season here.
I mean, we had a meeting yesterday. Going into this second half, we're going to probably be playing a little more small ball as far as hitting runs and bunts and stuff like that. But we just got to keep playing our game and see what happens.
Well, good luck to you for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
That's Brent Johnson. I'm Bill Burns. We'll take a time out and come back with more.
We're Click and Clack with Cabinet Brothers. Our show is about more than just fixing cars. We're also out to make the road safer.
So something could flash across this. Maybe it's a screen that says parallel parking.
Stupid.
Yeah, well, I think we need to limit what you could put on.
Yeah, that's too many letters. Jerk would be good. Join us for Car Talk.
Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday mornings at 11 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
The White House is furious at the New York Times for revealing a secret program to track terrorist finances. Well, this week on Wait, Don't Tell Me, we will expose a government program that plans to seize 25% or more of every citizen's annual earnings. I'm Peter Sagal. Join us for this explosive revelation, if they allow it, on this weekend's Wait, Don't Tell Me, the news quiz from NPR.
Saturday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Bill Burns back with you here at the epicenter in Rancho, Cucamonga. Let's go ahead and take a look at the California League scoreboard for you. Lake Elsinore beat High Desert, a 5-3 victory for Lake Elsinore. Daigle gets the win. He moves to 3-0 on the season, a 4.26 ERA for him. Jared Plummer got the loss in the evening. He moves to 9-3 on the night, or on the season, a 5.33 ERA for him. Jameson with the save in the ball game, his 18th of the year. Matt Hagan hit a home run for Lake Elsinore, his 4th of the season. Colt Morton, that is, had his 4th home run go over the fence, and Jeremy Cleveland also had a home run for the Lake Elsinore Ball Club as they win the ball game 5-3. San Jose and Modesto hooking up in Modesto, and San Jose wins this one by a final score of 4-1. Rihanna gets the win. He is 4-4. Matthias gets the loss. He moves to 4-7. The save goes to Brian Anderson, his 21st of the season. No home runs in that ball game, and the game's still in progress, actually. Stockton and Bakersfield still going at it in Bakersfield, and Stockton's up in the ball game by a score of 6-4. So they still got a couple of more innings to go before they finish that one up. And of course, the Inland Empire 66ers all over the Quakes here tonight. 14-5 in front of our very eyes here. Justin Thomas with a nice night. 11 strikeouts, moves to 3-0 on the season. A 3.27 ERA. Francisco Rodriguez takes the loss. He moves to 1-8 with a 6.22 ERA. A big blast by Sean Rodriguez for the Quakes. His 15th home run of the year. And Cordy Fuller, he had a home run, his first of the season. So that's looking at the Cal League. And we'll take a look at the Major League scoreboard for you as well here this evening before we get out of here. In the American League stadiums is interleague play still going on strong in Major League Baseball. The Mets went to Boston to play a baseball game here this evening, and the Red Sox come away with the victory. They win 4-2. Schilling now moves to 10-2 on the season with the win. Hellman is now 0-3 as he takes the loss. Papelbon, he gets his 24th save of the year for the Boston Red Sox. Carlos Beltran, he had a home run for the Mets, his 22nd of the year. Loretta had a home run for the Boston Red Sox, his 3rd, and David Ortiz hit home run number 23 for the Red Sox in the ball game tonight. The Philadelphia Phillies beat the Baltimore Orioles 4-0. Madsen with the win in the ball game. He moves to 8-5. Lopez is now 5-9 on the year. Gordon has his 21st save. David DeLucci hit his 5th home run for the Philadelphia Phillies as the Philadelphia Phillies come away with the victory 4-0 in that one. Toronto over Washington 8-4. And then Holliday gets his 10th victory that helps the Blue Jays sweep the Nationals. Holliday is now 10-2 on the season. Patterson with the loss, he moves to 1-2 on the year. Anderson for the Washington Nationals had 2 home runs in a losing effort, number 3 and 4 of the season for him. And Lyle Overbay, he hit his 12th home run of the year for the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll move over to the games being played in the National League stadiums now. And Pittsburgh beats Chicago. The Pirates over the White Sox, kind of a surprise there. The Pirates win 7-6. Gonzalez moves to 2-3 with the win. Pullett, he moves to 1-2 with the loss. Jim Tomei hit his 25th home run in a losing effort for the White Sox, and Sanchez hit home run number 5 for the Pittsburgh Pirates in that ball game. Milwaukee over the Chicago Cubs, so the Brewers and the Cubbies hooking up in a National League matchup. Brewers won this one by a final of 5-4. Chicago just struggling, man, 29-49 on the year. The Brewers are sitting at an even 500 with a 40-40 record. Gonzalez got the victory, his first of the year. He is now 1-0. Pryor with the loss moves to 0-3. He is struggling since his comeback from the injury. Turnbow got the save in the ball game, his 23rd, and Corey Koski hit his 11th home run of the year for the Milwaukee Brewers. Oakland over San Diego, just barely 6-5 the final in that one. Flores with the win is 1-1. Cassidy with the loss moves to 4-4. Godin with the save, his second of the year. In that ball game, actually went 14 innings with the A's coming up with 1 run. In the top of the 14th, the Padres could not match to keep the game going. Jay Payton had a home run for the Oakland A's, his 4th of the year. Mark Bellhorn hit one for the Padres, and so did Gonzalez. Bellhorn hitting his 6th, Gonzalez hitting number 11 of the year. The Giants slipped by the Texas Rangers, a 2-1 final up there in the Bay Area. Both teams have 5 hits in the ball game, but the Giants have what really counts, the 2 runs over the Texas Rangers' 1 run. Sanchez with the win in the ball game on the night. He is 2-0. Feldman gets the loss. He moves to 0-2. Accardo with the save. He has his 3rd of the year. The Cincinnati Reds beat the Kansas City Royals 6-5 the final there. Weathers with the win is 3-2. Deasons with the loss is 4-7. Coffey gets the save, his 7th of the year. McCage, he had a home run for the Kansas City Royals, his 3rd. King Griffey Jr. hit home run number 16 for the Reds. Lopez hit his 9th, and Adam Dunn hit home run number 25. So Dunn all over the baseball right now. Arizona and Seattle hooking up in the desert, and the Mariners win this one, a 3-2 final. Guardado, he gets the win. He is 1-3. Julio with the loss is 1-3 as well. But he gets the save, his 14th of the year. Raul Ibanez had a home run for the Seattle Mariners, his 17th of the season. So a limited Major League scoreboard here this evening, and also a limited Cal League scoreboard as a couple of teams have the night off here in the Cal League. They'll get an extra night of rest before they get back into action for the second half of play. And once again, the final score here, the 66ers win their ball game over the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes by a score of 14-5. We'll take a break, come back, and Mike Severino will wrap things up.
Next time on The World, an American actor and musician gets into the mind of Frédéric Chopin, and what a stormy place it is.
Anger, passion, fury.
Hershey Felder's passion for the music of Chopin is at the heart of Felder's new play. I'm Lisa Mullins. We get inside the life of a musical legend, Chopin, and the day's news next time on The World.
Friday afternoon at 2 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Now that Superman has returned, on the next Fresh Air, Jack Larson talks about playing Jimmy Olsen in the original Superman TV series. He has a cameo in the new movie. I'm Terry Gross. Join us for the next Fresh Air.
Friday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Well, back here at the epicenter, the 66ers picking up where they left off, and, good to see they come out and get 14 runs. Obviously, a great night at the plate, and something, well, you're never going to expect 14 runs on average, but, I think all of us, at least us sort of outsiders, I mean, we work with the team, but we're not part of the team, and I think we all have our doubts or reservations about how much offense this team is going to be able to put up with now Young-Chi Chen, the league's leading hitter, gone, joining Marshall Hubbard and Tuiasa Sopo and Wilson. There's your 2, 3, 4, and 5 hitters. And as I mentioned earlier, I mean, those guys drove in 44% of the team's runs, hit half of the team's home runs, scored 40% of their runs, and had 39% of the total hits. And you're bringing up a lot of young kids. They all have talent, but, you're asking them to fill some pretty big roles for a team that's going to the playoffs. So we're still going to have to see how it pans out, but at least for one night, it was good to see that even the newcomers contributed in a big way to a big win.
Yeah, everybody on the team here tonight that was in the starting lineup got a hit on the evening for the 66ers. That's good to see. Everybody came out here. They played a solid baseball game for the baseball club, and I'm really proud of these guys. After a 4-day layoff, it would have been very easy to come back out here and be lackadaisical. Yesterday they had a practice. It was around 4 o'clock in the evening. They went at it pretty hard and came out here tonight, warmed up, got into the groove of things, and they're right back on the scoreboard with a win.
Well, I think, too, for the Sixers to be successful this half, first and foremost, they're going to need great pitching because they're just not going to get, let's be realistic, they're not going to get the offensive output by and large that they got in the first half because they're missing pretty much the four, aside from Brent Johnson, the other four main contributors to the offense. So you can't expect that. So, like Gary Thurman told me before the game, and we heard Brent Johnson allude to it on the interview with you, it's going to be a much different strategy, small ball. We saw Ronnie Prettyman hitting in the 3 spot, laying down a sacrifice in the first inning, which you would never see. In very few situations would you see something like that, but it led to a couple of runs. And I think that Gary Thurman is going to have to play, because he has no other choice, have to play small ball. He's going to have to bunt more often and earlier in games than he normally would, maybe play a little more hit and run. They just don't have a real power threat in the lineup, so you don't have a guy like a Mike Wilson or even a Marshall Hubbard who can maybe go up there and with one swing hit you a 3-run home run. They're just not going to hit many home runs because that is not how this team is built right now. So I think pitching is going to be huge, and it looks like, I think, assuming that Seattle doesn't come and pillage the ball club anymore, which who the heck knows what they're doing over there right now, but assuming that doesn't happen, the starting pitching looks to be in pretty good shape. The bullpen's done a nice job. It's not as strong as it was in the first half when you had Lowe, O'Flaherty, and Kahn, but those are three pretty doggone good arms. But the bullpen is what really carried the pitching in the first half, while the starters were either not totally effective or then you had some injury problems. I think the starters now are pretty solid. The bullpen is decent enough to where, if you only need 2-3 innings, you could probably get it. So if they can scratch enough runs together, then I think they should be okay, assuming nobody gets hurt and Seattle doesn't decide that, they need more players up in Double-A.
Well, the first thing you do when you notice all these big names being gone from the 66ers is you kind of want to throw up the white flag and go, all right, we surrender, we give up. But these guys are not going to go out there and do that. All these guys are competitors, and like you said, we have a decent pitching staff from the looks of things on paper, and now it's going to be up to the hitters to come up with those 3, 4, 5 runs per ball game to go out there and, put those runs up on the board and come out with victories for the baseball team tonight. The hitters did it. They got out there and they put 17 hits up on the board, 14 runs. They looked pretty darn good out there, even though they were playing a little bit of small ball. They sprayed the ball around the field, did a nice job, bunting the players up when they needed to bunt, and overall, I actually think that's an exciting way to play baseball, is to actually go down there, hit behind the runner, lay down a sac bunt, get the sac fly. I like that kind of baseball myself.
Well, if one thing, you would think it would help to teach, these young kids some of the fundamentals of the games, where they'd have to maybe be called upon to execute in situations like that more often than normal. So it could be a good thing in that regard. But, I look at the offense, and to me, a couple of things are going to have to happen for this team really to be successful. I think Chris Colton, who has slowly started to show some signs of coming around, he's got a little 4-game hitting streak. I think Colton really needs to step up. They need his bat badly, because if there's anyone in this lineup now who could be a power threat, it is Colton. He's only hit 2 home runs this year, but, we saw him last year for half a year, and he's got some power. They need Colton to turn things around and have a good second half. And they need a couple of these kids, whoever it might be, Hartgrove or Royal or Dominguez or somebody, they need a couple of those guys to really step up, grab the opportunity there by the horns, and maybe open some eyes or surprise some people. Because I think most people aren't expecting a whole lot out of these new guys because they're new. Most of them have either never or played very sparingly in the Cal League before. So, it's the great unknown. I think if they can get a couple of guys to step up and make some contributions that maybe weren't necessarily expected of them, and also get Colton's back going, then I think offensively they should be in decent shape.
I hope so. I mean, it should be a good second half of the season. It's going to be interesting at least. And, I don't want to get people too excited with the 14-run output here tonight. I mean, yeah, you went out there and you beat a Cal League team, a Rancho Cucamonga ball club. But you look at Rancho right now, and those guys are really hitting the skids. They're not playing good baseball at all.
Well, and these are opportunities that you need to take advantage of. When you got a guy who's down, you keep kicking him. You don't let him get back up. And, they were facing a pitcher tonight who has not been throwing the ball well. But, oftentimes, and I've seen it so many times where you go in and you look at a pitcher's stats and a guy has been pitching well, and you look up at the end of the night and he's gone 6 innings, allowed 5 hits, and you think, where did that come from, But yeah, they did, they took advantage of a team that hasn't been playing well, has not been getting good pitching, and they got a good start from Justin Thomas. I think his pitching line, 4 runs in 5+ innings is a little misleading because 2 of those runs were inherited runners that Lockwood allowed to score. But Thomas pitched a whale of a game. 11 strikeouts, 2 walks. So, yeah, you obviously need to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. And right now the Quakes are a team that you should beat because they're just not playing well. But you think the law of averages, eventually it's going to turn around for them, and they're going to start winning a few games. So you hope that you get them before that upward turn. And then, then you go home where the team's been playing well. But, we talk about, you were talking about it earlier tonight in the, the media notes we put together. We've got these trends and all that, and it's almost meaningless now because it's almost apples and oranges. You're talking about just about 2 entirely different teams. Again, there are, on the current Sixer roster, there are 13 players. Remember, an active roster is 25 players. There are 13 who were with the team opening day. And it's not like they've had a rash of injuries above where players have had to move to fill spots. So that, for a team that, is going to the playoffs, that's a heck of a lot of turnover. So it really are dealing with 2 different ball clubs here. It's almost like like we're a short season league playing 2 short seasons back to back, know?
And when, you got to look to the guys that have actually been here and stayed here, Brent Johnson being one of them, Ronnie Prettyman, Omar Falcone, Chris Colton, all those guys, Josh Womack, they all got to step up and compete and come out here and hit the baseball around the park. And so far they've done that here this evening. And, hopefully they'll be able to do it for the rest of the second half. And I think if those guys step up and show the other guys, the younger guys that are coming up from Wisconsin, that, hey, we're out here to compete and play baseball, I think things are going to be okay.
Well, I sure hope. And I don't know Bill Bavasi, the general manager of the Mariners. I interviewed him once. Seems like a nice guy, but don't know him. Frank Maddox is the director of player development. I've known Frank for a few years, and Pedro Grafal is the field coordinator who takes over from Mike Goff, who's now a coach with the big team. I sure hope that they can leave this team intact and not monkey with them anymore. I've been in this game 16 years, which is more than most guys in my position have been, and I've never seen anything like this with the player movement when there have not been injuries above. And, San Antonio is starting to win a little bit, and they should because they're the San Antonio 66ers. I sure hope that barring injuries where Seattle has to move players, they can just lay their hands off this team and let these guys play and don't mess with them anymore. They're going to the playoffs. Give them a chance to win, for crying out loud. That's all you, for the fan base that comes out and supports the team. Minor league baseball is entertainment. Most of the time, fans don't care if you win or lose as long as they're entertained, and you got the giveaways and the fireworks and everything else and the cheap prices and whatnot. But, there's still, there's still something to be said about the community that your players are going to play in. It's like, hey, we care about you guys. We want you to win. So, Mariners, come on, enough is enough. We raised the flag. Leave these guys alone and let them play and try to win because, it's going to be tough as it is. But I'll tell you what would be a great story if somehow this club could actually win the Cal League championship. Boy, would that be a statement. That might be the greatest moment in San Bernardino baseball history, even more so than the 4 championships they've already won, because of what they would have to overcome to do it. Now, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves because we have many, many games left, but I just implore the Mariners, if enough's enough. Let's let these guys play, and, if you need somebody, go sign a free agent for crying out loud. Leave these guys alone.
Yeah, a big thing is, and I think what you're getting at is, leave the guys alone and let them mesh and play together and actually have a team out there instead of just a hodgepodge baseball team out there where you're just going to throw anybody out there. The guys aren't anybody. They're obviously in the Mariners organization, but every time somebody comes into the ball club, it changes the look of the team, no matter if it's the 25th guy or the first guy on the team.
Yeah. Well, you know, the thing that struck me and what really kind of hit a nerve is, as an employee of the ball club, the 66ers, and someone who lives in the area, is when they promoted the 3 relievers to a last-place AA team that was out of the first half race, and the Sixers could have used those guys to help them. As it is, they won the first half, but darn near let it slip away, and you're thinking, all right, wait a minute, something's weird here. You could wait 2 weeks and promote them, and if they're going to get to the big leagues, those 2 weeks sure as hell ain't going to hurt them. Or you can, or go ahead and move them. So that left me scratching my head. And then, they moved the rest of the guys at once, and you're thinking, my goodness, and you look at somebody, Rohrbaugh and Chen were ready to go. There's no doubt about it. Rohrbaugh proved he, dominated the league, and, what more could Chen have done? So no problems with those moves. Wilson, Toohey, and Hubbard, good guys, good players, but you could make a very solid argument that they could have maybe benefited from staying a little longer in A-ball. It certainly wouldn't hurt them. Toohey got 3 hits last night after starting 3 for 20, and I will say Wilson and Hubbard have hit well since going up to San Antonio, but, those are 3 guys that, you look at and go, are they really, truly ready? And in Toohey's case, it leaves me scratching my head because Toohey's a third baseman, a former top pick. They got a lot of money invested in him. He's only 20, so it's not like you've got to rush him. And you got a guy at third base in Seattle named Adrian Beltre who's not going anywhere because no one's going to trade for Beltre because he's making too much doggone money. So it's like, why move Toohey up now? He's 20 years old, I mean, I'm sure he'll be able to make the adjustments and do well because Toohey's a good athlete, and I think he's got that in him, and I think he'll be all right. But it just, to me, didn't make any sense that, if you have nobody at third, maybe you rush a guy. But you got Beltre up there. I just, I know I'm just spouting off right now, but it just leaves me scratching my head. I can't really figure out what the Mariners are thinking right now, and because we're not in contact with them every day, it's not like you can pick up the phone and go, hey Frank, what's going on? So we're just kind of left to kind of wonder what's going on here with a team that's supposedly going to the playoffs, that you'd like to be competitive in the half and going into the playoffs, and hopefully these young kids take the opportunity that's given to them and they prove that they belong in this league. And I sure hope that happens for their sake because they're given a chance, and now they've got to take the opportunity. But I don't know. It's been a fun year, but it's been a weird year for me.
Yeah, it has been very strange. And the big thing for these kids is and you said it many times over the season, is how many times do you actually get an opportunity to wear a ring?
That's it.
These guys will be able to come out here. And the thing I like about the team that we had before is all these guys have played together for a long time now, and to have them actually win a ring together, that would have been pretty cool if the team would have been able to stay together for the rest of the season.
Yeah, so, it's a different regime in Seattle, too. I mean, it used to be Benny Looper ran the show in the minor leagues, and Mike Goff was the field coordinator. And those guys, they would move players, but they would do it in a, kind of a timely manner. You wouldn't see a mass exodus of guys. A couple guys here and there would go. But now it's, Bavasi's still the general manager, and I think part of it is, I know Bill's under a lot of heat because, the Mariners have not performed well the last few years. There have been some questionable free agent signings, some trades that have not worked in Seattle's favor. So he's obviously under a lot of heat, and I wouldn't doubt if a lot of the directive is coming from high up to get some of these young players up the ladder as quickly as possible, which, wouldn't surprise me. But, different regime at the minor league level. Benny Looper is in another position with Seattle and doing well, but he's not running the minor league show anymore. Frank Maddox is in that spot. He moved over from scouting. Mike Goff is now coach with the Mariners, so Pedro Grifol is the minor league field coordinator. And when you get new faces in there in certain positions, you have a difference in philosophy. It happens in the business world. You get a new CEO of a company, sometimes you have changes in policy. So obviously it would look like the Mariners' policy or whatever they're trying to do now is to rush guys up. The one thing I hope doesn't happen is that some of these guys that they're rushing who might be borderline ready or not ready, I hope that they don't fail, because if they do, I've seen it happen where a ball player's confidence can really get shattered, and it's not something you get back in a week or a month hitting extra in the cage. That's something that I've seen guys' whole careers kind of go south because they've been kind of pushed and rushed and never developed into the player that everyone thought they should be. So I hope that doesn't happen with, Wilson, Hubbard, and Toohey in particular. And I hope, Willie and Hubbard continue to hit well, and I think Wilson and Hubbard and Toohey should be fine. So we'll see. But San Antonio ought to have a darn good club this half. I'll say that. If they don't win in San Antonio, there's something wrong with the water there.
Yeah, definitely, because they got some good ball players up there right now. And isn't there some kind of magic formula for guys to make it up to the major leagues? And I'm talking about there's a minimum number of at-bats and a minimum number of innings pitched for guys to make it up to the big leagues. Isn't it like something like, 5,000 at-bats for a hitter, and I don't know how many innings it is for a pitcher to actually have enough stuff or enough time underneath his belt to actually get up to the big leagues?
Well, as a rule of thumb for a pitcher, they say about 500 innings. Depending on if you're starter, reliever, that would kind of dictate that time frame. For a batter, it's probably a couple thousand at bats, which would basically be about 3.5, 4 seasons. That's a rule of thumb guideline to where guys should have figured it out by that point. And if by that point you're stalled, chances are you're probably not going to make it to that upper level. But if you're showing progress, by then you should know enough and have learned enough to make the adjustments to become a better player and get to the big leagues. So, obviously Wilson, Hubbard, and Tui rushing up there, but we wish them the best of luck, and we'll certainly keep tabs on them. San Antonio didn't play tonight. That's why you didn't hear us say anything about them. They were off. But we will be keeping an eye on those box scores every single night, and hopefully they perform well. And if they do, Missions ought to have a pretty good second half. And let's hope the Sixers have a good half with a brand-new set of players. Yeah, it's the first time since, the first week of the year, I've actually had to put the Sixer roster up on the wall.
I noticed that. You got a roster up there, and it's a very new roster.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys. You look at the number and go, wait a minute, who's that? Plus, being away 4 days, my memory after 2 days, I can't remember anything from 3 days before. So, any hoodles. All right, enough of that. Star of the game tonight, and I would imagine it could be a choice of a few guys.
Well, a lot of guys got base hits in the game for the 66ers, but I got to go with Justin Thomas. His stuff was pretty nasty out there tonight. He had something, I believe it was a four-seam fastball, just kept riding in on right-handed batters, man, and that thing was pretty nasty.
Yeah, he's looked good. He has not had a bad outing yet. He obviously has a good idea of how to pitch and what he wants to do. Main thing is he pitches guys in, which also opens up the outer part of the plate for you. Get guys to back off a little bit, and all of a sudden that outside part becomes a little bit wider. So I really like what I've seen from Thomas, and I think he's going to be a good one. Has a pretty live arm. I have to agree with you, though. 11 strikeouts in 5+ innings, and I think he may have just started to run out of gas there in the 6th inning, but picks up the win, so he is my player of the game as well. Congratulations to Justin, even though you get absolutely nothing from us for it except the big attaboy, and do it again next time.
Yeah, do it again next time. And, the thing about Justin is it looks like he has fallen into the Budner philosophy, pitch inside, and that's what he did here tonight, and I think that really helped him get the victory this evening and get all those strikeouts.
Yep, you got it. Well, tomorrow night, Jose Arredondo for the Quakes and Sean Nottingham for the Sixers. Game time at 7:05 here at the Epicenter, and we'll be at you live radio and internet beginning at 7 o'clock. So until then, for Bill Burns, this is Mike Sager thanking you for joining us tonight as we get back to action after the 4-day All-Star break. And the Sixers pick up where they left off when they swept the Modesto Nuts heading into the break. They win their 4th in a row as they come out and beat up on the Quakes in the first of a 5-game series. Inland Empire 14, Rancho Cucamonga 5.
And that'll do it for another edition of Inland Empire 66ers Baseball. We thank you for tuning in, and we invite you to keep your dial on KVCR all summer long so you don't miss a single pitch.